Calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. The time is 1:01 in the afternoon. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. We are having this hearing in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. And the subject of this hearing is twofold. First, Bill 25-847, entitled Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024. This legislation was introduced by Councilmember Christina Henderson, along with 4 other council members on June 10th. This hearing also is more generally oversight over education for students with special needs. The purpose of Bill 25-847, the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024, is to provide to a student with an individualized education program the right to remain in his or her initial placement feeder pattern school unless the programs available in the feeder pattern cannot support the student's needs. This provision is intended to prevent location of service notifications from the DC Public Schools to families that move a student from DC Public Schools that proposes to move a student from their selected feeder pattern. Additionally, this bill would require the executive to promulgate rules that establish staff-to-student ratio standards for self-contained special education classrooms. Today's hearing will also examine academic achievement and barriers to that achievement for students with special needs. So with this hearing, the committee is encouraging testimony not just about the bill, but more broadly special education in the district. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. I'm going to call witnesses to testify. According to the hearing notice, testimony is limited to 3 minutes. And I'm going to call as many, some will be virtual, some will be present. I'll call as many as it takes to fill the table. So Jacques Patterson, who's Vice President of the State Board of Education. Robert Henderson, who's Ward 5 representative on the State Board of Education. Dan Davis, who's the Chief Student Advocate. Danielle Robinette, who's Senior Policy Attorney at the Children's Law Center. Maria Blauer, who is Director of Programs and Outreach at Advocates for Justice Education. Hannah Blumenfeld-Love, who is DC SPED Hub Program Manager in the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education. I'm looking to see if Jacques Patterson is here. We don't see him, right? All right, so Jacques Patterson apparently isn't here. We'll start with you, Robert Henderson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. I am testifying today in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I'm not representing the views of the board as a whole. Special education is hard, it is expensive, it is increasingly difficult to staff, and it is our city's legal obligation to all students who need it. As an elected representative, and even before that, as someone who talked with a lot of families about their education experiences, I've had a lot of conversations about special education. Across a wide range of student needs and irrespective of sector, those conversations always go something like this. The family had to fight for every service they got for their student, often succeeding only after engaging an advocate or lawyer, and they have to continue to fight for follow-through on the student's IEP. There's a subset of these conversations just about OSSI transportation. Unpredictable service and schedules and inconsistent and sometimes incorrect communication create a daily guessing game for families and the students who most need a predictable routine. Finally, while I only have anecdotal evidence, families are leaving DC expressly to find better special education services. We have hundreds of special education teachers, dedicated aides, and other service providers doing their best to serve their students, but we don't adequately support them. We've got dozens of policies, but we don't adequately implement or enforce them. Consequently, as a system, we are falling woefully short. I think there are two main underlying problems. LEAs are reluctant to increase their number of 504 and IEP supported students, whether through enrollment or evaluation and identification, because they know that they won't have or get the resources they need to serve them well. OSSE has largely interpreted its role in monitoring and enforcing LEA compliance with federal special education law as reactive rather than proactive, essentially leaving it to parents and caregivers to initiate and fight for enforcement when students' rights to free and appropriate public education are unfulfilled. To address the first of these problems, we could start by implementing an increased weight for students with disabilities in the UPSFF, as recommended by the DME's school funding study. Yet we might need to supplement that further because costs do not always rise proportionally per student. For example, the cost of adding a student that takes a classroom over the student to teacher ratio and requires an additional hire is greater than the cost of adding a student within the ratio limit. To address the second of these problems, we need a change of approach. I suspect, however, that such a change would be more likely if OSSE were an independent agency. The fact that both the state level and local level education agencies report to the same executive is a conflict of interest. To conclude, I will say that I support B25-847. Implementing it may be hard, it may be expensive, and it may be difficult to staff, but I believe it is the city's obligation to its special education students. I think what you're going to hear today is a large disconnect between the experience of teachers and families and students on the ground and what you'll hear from the government. I hope we can make some progress on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Davis?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Dan Davis, Chief Student Advocate for the Office of the Student Advocate. I'm here to express my support for the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024. This bill addresses the critical issues impacting families in Washington, D.C., the delicate balance between equity and school choice and the education of students with special needs. School choice has long empowered families in our community, allowing them to select schools that best meet the unique needs of their children. However, current location of service practices unintentionally limits this choice for families of students with disabilities, assigning the right of selection to LEAs with limited, if any, input from parents. Families of students with disabilities deserve the same level of agency and decision-making as any other families. The intention of location of service policy is commendable in its goal of increasing equity in often underserved communities. With placement at their neighborhood schools, those families have reduced travel times and see an increase in neighborhood school investments. Our request for assistance hotline saw a reduction in OSSE transportation-related calls, down from a high of 13.4% to 3.2%, indicating some success of the policy. However, we must acknowledge the valid concerns of parents who feel that their choices are being constrained in ways that may not align with their child's best interests. Through our phase, we've heard a few key concerns from families. The impact of community violence on school choice selection, sibling inclusion, and the transparency from charter schools about program offerings. Parents in high crime neighborhoods often prioritize school choice to protect their children from unsafe environments. With 68% of schools in neighborhood clusters with medium or high rates of violent crime, and 94% seeing a rise in violent crime rates, limiting school choice to families with greater stress and a reduced sense of safety. During school year 23-24, 19% of our RFAs regarded student safety concerns. Students who experienced bullying, harassment, or violence often sought transfers to a new school if there is no safety plan or if they did not find the implemented safety plan adequate. Concerns of safety are compounded for families of students with disabilities and specialty programs because they do not have alternative school options with the programming their students' needs. Families with multiple children face logistical challenges when siblings are separated due to shifting mid-year special education placements. Siblings previously together at schools had a simplified drop-off and pickup routine. A shift in placement for many families meant additional transportation considerations. A sibling preference policy could alleviate this burden and foster a sense of continuity and connection within schools. In addition to the thousands of families already attending public charter schools, some families of students with disabilities expressed a desire to switch when they felt the services were not fitting their students' needs. Families struggle to access information about the availability and quality of special education services at these schools. Many enter school unaware of the quality or extent of special education resources available, especially for students that have a higher number of service hours on their IEPs. Families can review school data about their special education population through the school quality report or report card, but there's no standard location on how to view there's no standard location to view how a school may support specific disability classifications. If the school has self-contained or inclusion classrooms, or how related services are integrated into the schedule. Standardized reporting is essential to guide parents in making informed decisions for all public school options. Establishing a transparent rationale for shifting locations in the IEP process would provide families with a structured way to voice concerns about placements. Additionally, it would build trust and foster stronger partnership between families and LEAs. Families could request changes in placement based on safety, sibling preference, or specialized program need. With these additions, we can uphold the principles of equity while preserving parental choice. This balance is critical to meeting the diverse needs of our students with disabilities and ensuring families have felt heard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I urge you to consider the perspective of families in shaping policies that directly affect their lives. Thank you. I welcome any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Ms. Robinette?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a senior policy attorney with Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding B-25-047. 0847, the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024, and oversight of special education more broadly. Children's Law Center supports the intent of the bill, and we are glad that it has initiated today's important conversation about the ways in which the district is failing to meet the educational needs of students with disabilities. We thank Councilmember Henderson for her focus on this overlooked population. The bill identifies two important areas of inequity encountered by students in self-contained classrooms: feeder pattern continuity and student-to-teacher ratios. By addressing the ways in which the district limits school choice for students in self-contained classrooms, this bill gets at the heart of conversations about inclusion and equity. However, to meaningfully advance equity, the bill requires additional clarification and specificity. To strengthen the feeder pattern continuity provision, we recommend three key changes. 1, limit the exception to feeder pattern changes to only those cases where the LEA cannot offer the relevant self-contained setting in the student's existing feeder pattern. 2, require the LEA to convene an IEP meeting when a service location change is proposed. And 3, require LEAs changing a student's location of service to offer seats to any of the student's siblings attending the same school. These changes, these changes preserve the ability of schools to tailor IEPs and locations of service to the needs of individual students. And moreover, stronger procedural protections and increased parent participation will ensure that students with disabilities who require a self-contained classroom retain some degree of school choice in the district. Additionally, the bill seeks to advance equity by requiring the executive, presumably OSSI, to promulgate regulations that establish a student-to-staff ratio for self-contained classrooms. However, in the past, OSSI has declined to use their rulemaking process to provide greater specificity than the relevant statutory text. As such, we urge the committee to ensure that the legislation is specific regarding what they ought to include. For example, we recommend that the bill direct OSSI to clearly define staff for the purposes of the student-to-staff ratio. Additionally, the regulation should anticipate questions such as whether a student's dedicated aide can be counted as staff. And lastly, the committee should indicate whether the notice requirement should follow any instance of staff absence, say a paraprofessional out sick, or only cases in which the ratio is exceeded for a set number of days. I have attached a red line of the bill that includes all our recommended changes. Beyond the present legislation, we encourage the committee to increase oversight of special education to ensure that DC students with disabilities are receiving an equitable education. As we have seen with attendance, focused attention from the council can spur change from the executive. Like with chronic absenteeism, outcome data for students with disabilities should warrant serious concern. The district needs a comprehensive plan to address the many ways in which students with disabilities are systemically underserved. To this end, we have two recommendations for the committee. 1, convene regular public hearings or roundtables to hear from parents, teachers, students, local and national experts, and relevant agencies about the systemic challenges faced by students with disabilities in the district. And 2, lead a cross-agency coalition of education stakeholders to develop a comprehensive plan to guide improvement of special education in the district. Before the record closes, I will submit more thorough written testimony to the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Maria Blauer?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am testifying in the place of my colleague, Maria Bloyer. My name is Dara Gold. I am a Ward 7 district resident and staff attorney at Advocates for Justice and Education. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of AJE about special education in the district. AJE is the federally designated parent training and information center for the District of Columbia. Each year, we assist hundreds of families through direct services, training, and advocacy in navigating the district's public education system, especially for children with disabilities. For B25847, AJE believes that the ratios for the self-contained classrooms are a good start. Due to safety concerns and the varying needs of students in self-contained classrooms, staff members are often required to dedicate more attention to specific students. Consequently, the other students may miss vital IEP services. Establishing clear staff-to-student ratio standards will help alleviate this problem and cultivate an appropriate school environment. We also want to testify about OSSI's measures to help more students have reliable access to transportation services. AJE is happy that the OSSI DOT recently received a budget enhancement to put cameras on the DOT buses and to create an app for parents to track buses. We look forward to seeing how these initiatives progress. Also, this school year, OSSI rolled out the monthly parent stipend program to provide eligible approved families with $400 a month to support the self-transportation of their children. AJE and the approved families are glad for the stipend program. However, the administrative logistics have been a bit rough. For example, there have been administrative burdens connected to required student attendance verifications from LEAs. As a result, not all parents have received their monthly stipend in a timely manner. Nevertheless, the program has helped families. We appreciate that OSSI has been working with families that experience technical errors with their applications. Lastly, we want to address challenges parents experience when requesting interpreters to communicate in their native language when contacting the OSSI DOT Parent Resource Center. The center is supposed to serve as the primary communication link between families and schools about transportation services. Under the Language Access Act of 2004, when requesting an interpreter from one of the district's agencies, including OSSI, the agency is supposed to provide an interpreter. Having an interpreter allows parents to meaningfully participate in their child's education, which includes making sure transportation services are being implemented. However, I have worked with families that have not been granted access to an interpreter when making this request to the center. Parents have experienced being hung up on, being put on hold for prolonged periods of time, flat out being told no, being asked if they speak English and will just agree to proceed in English, and hearing that their request is a burden. All of these situations violate the Language Access Act. A request for interpreters is not a burden. Parents are feeling embarrassed, which leads to them not asking for an interpreter or not asking again if they previously tried unsuccessfully. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to share what we have learned from our work and welcome further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gold. Hannah Blumenfeld-Love?
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Hannah Blumenfeld-Love, and I serve as Program Manager for the Ombudsman for Public Education's DC Special Education Hub. Our office applauds Bill 25-847 as a starting point to address the trends we have seen in recent years around self-contained special education programming. The location of services assignment process continues to be a pain point for many families of students who require self-contained programming. For example, Maya, a third grader, was making progress in a school she had attended for 4 years when she was unexpectedly reassigned to a different school with no way to appeal the placement. In another case, the Johnsons had 2 students enrolled in their in-boundary school. When their youngest child was reassigned to a school 45 minutes away due to his special education needs, they were referred to 3 different agencies before confirming there was no way to change this placement. In each of these cases, the standards set in this bill would have helped families better understand the process and their rights, as well as the reasoning behind their students' assigned location. Staffing is also important to families who frequently express concerns over whether their students have the appropriate amount of supervision and support to stay safe and make academic, social, and behavioral progress. Clear staff-to-student ratios may help ease these worries. While many students While many families of students in self-contained programming have contacted us seeking to stay in their in-boundary school, many more have reached out trying to access school choice outside of their in-boundary or assigned school. For instance, the Smith family applied to the school lottery for both of their children and received seats for both at their desired out-of-boundary school. They attempted to enroll both students and were devastated to find that their son, who requires self-contained programming, was not permitted to attend the school, while his sister, who does not have a disability, could. While this bill takes vital steps towards improving communication and protecting a student's right to attend their in-boundary school, a student's right to school choice should also be protected. Our office encourages the exploration of a modified lottery option or other mechanisms to give students in self-contained programs access to school choice just like their non-disabled peers. As problem solvers and relationship builders, the Office of the Ombudsman is always looking for ways to bolster communication and enhance family engagement and resource quality. From ensuring families are aware of their right to an interpreter in IEP meetings, to promoting a clear way for families to find special education transportation support, we look forward to continuing to partner across the DC community to make sure that special education families have the resources, support, and information they need and are entitled to receive. In closing, we thank you for your leadership and responsiveness to the trends around self-contained program assignment and staffing. We believe these issues are crucial. However, based on concerns from the families we serve, we also invite more consideration for academic service logs so that families have equal access to records for both academic and related services. We believe this could improve clarity for all members of the IEP team and provide the communication structure and transparency many families are looking for. We also encourage continued focus on post-secondary planning and other key transitions for students with disabilities. Adjustments to these critical aspects of special education services could drastically improve outcomes for special education learners. We look forward to the committee's comprehensive action towards equity for all DC students. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement. Do you have it? Oh, I have not yet gotten a copy, but I will. But I think, Mr. Henderson, you said you would submit, and Mr. Davis, I have a statement that's a little different than your testimony. Does that matter? Or maybe it's the same. Right. It seemed to be a little bit different, but it's okay. And so I had a couple of questions. Let me see, Advocates for Justice and Education. Do you bring IEP lawsuits?
On occasion, yes, we do.
Roughly how often a year?
I'd have to get back to you on that for the numbers. Ms. Boyer would have those numbers. We primarily help empower parents to understand their rights, which can include the right to due process, state complaints, filing with the CARE team, Office of Integrity. It's not just limited to IEP due process complaints.
Okay. Mr. Robinette, you all bring lawsuits.
Yes, sir.
Roughly how many a year?
So I pulled some data, excuse me. We weren't able to disaggregate it by cases in which we filed a due process complaint, but these were case numbers where we opened a case, meaning that we identified a legal issue and then had the in-house capacity to meet it. And so for special education, it's between 90 and 110 a year. For Section 504, which is related, but in a different part of the law, it's usually about 10 a year. And then for access to education issues, which can be related to special education, but are usually kind of the entry point. Maybe they don't have an IEP yet, but need one. Those are somewhere around a dozen a year. But the vast majority of them are the special education cases.
Regarding IEPs?
Yes.
And how many of those do you lose? And I'm not looking for a number, I'm looking for a percentage.
I don't have that data, but I can pull it for you.
Roughly?
I don't have it on the chart I made. Brought with me.
Oh, I was hoping you'd do better than that.
I can offer what the rate at which LEAs and SEAs lose, and we would theoretically be the inverse.
Yeah, that's kind of, Yeah.
So OSSI's performance oversight reports include data that show that when a due process complaint reaches a hearing officer decision, which is kind of the final stage of that hearing process, that decisions are issued against the LEA or SEA between 90 and 95% of the time, meaning that the school or OSSI is found liable for a denial of FAPE 90 to 95% of the time in those cases.
which is to say that the loss rate for the advocates is between 5 and 10%.
Probably varies per advocate, but yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can you, with regard to the special education suits, give me a sense of what kind of issues are coming up in those cases?
Yeah, there's a variety. Most relevant to the bill, we often have parents that reach out to us concerned when a proposed self-contained or when a self-contained classroom is proposed, and either they need kind of more information about what that means, or they are concerned that they're being moved to a school that may be far away from their home, maybe changes in their feeder pattern, maybe is different from where the rest of their children go to school, so the commute is difficult. We also have a lot of cases about observations and evaluations. So the IDEA has due process provisions that allow parents or that support parent participation in the IEP process. And two ways in which parents are able to do that. One is to observe the classroom setting. They can either do so themselves or designate often an expert in the field to do that for them. We get lots of pushback from schools about doing that. Despite that being a topic of focus in this in the council's most recent SPED reform bill, which I guess is 10 years old now, but still the most recent. Another common issue is evaluations. A parent can request an evaluation, say they think that their child isn't reading on grade level and they want an evaluation to kind of see if there's something going on there. And the school will say, well, maybe we need to wait, maybe we need like hold off. I don't know. I don't think that's appropriate. And so we often have to push to get those evaluations done, or have the LEA or the SEA pay for a parent to have them done by a private provider.
I was expecting you were going to say that some of them were about just the basic need for an IEP.
Yeah, so some of them are about like entering into special education. So there's cases in which a parent feels that their student might need an IEP and the school disagrees. There are cases in the reverse where a school might see it and the parent disagrees. Then there are debates within that about the level of service that the IEP offers. Perhaps the parent wants their child to stay largely in general education, but the school wants them in a higher level. At the other end of the continuum, sometimes the parent wants what's called a non-public day school, which means it's not a public school at all. It's a separate school, generally focused on students with disabilities. They tend to focus on like a particular subset of disabilities. And so parents may want that for their student, and the LEA would be responsible for paying for that. So we understand why they may not love that outcome. And then sometimes it's the alternative. The school doesn't feel like they can meet the student's needs and they would prefer a non-public, or they would like to send the student to a non-public, but parent would like their student to stay in a public school. There's a lot of, I could probably keep going, but there are many, many issues.
But I would think the ones that end up getting to a hearing examiner are more likely to be the ones where the LEA is not providing the services that need to be provided. Not the other way around, where the LEA is saying we want a special education, special education for the kid, and the parent says no.
Yeah, so the IDEA envisions what's called a private right of action, meaning that the parent has the ability to file a due process complaint against their student's LEA or SEA, depending on the context. And so the law kind of envisions that most of the time parents are enforcing their own child's rights under the law. Now, there is also a provision that allows when there is a disagreement between the school and the parent about an issue, that the school can file against the parent in those cases. So imagine a school that wants to send the student to a non-public, parent is very against that, pushes against that in IEP meetings. They cannot resolve that dispute in an IEP team meeting, so the LEA is able to file a due process complaint against the parent. That happens very rarely, but we have seen them. Maybe 1 or 2 a year that come to us. I'm sure other advocates in the space see them as well.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the 90 to 95% of the cases that they're losing.
Yep.
What those issues are.
Yeah, so those, it's found to be a denial of FAPE when there is some part of the IEP that isn't being met. But there's a real kind of broad array of reasons that could fall under that. Perhaps the student is supposed to be getting speech and language pathology services and they aren't. Perhaps the student's supposed to be in a classroom with a teacher that has a very specialized area of expertise. So we've had clients who require a classroom for students that are deaf or hard of hearing. Those classrooms are sometimes very difficult to staff. And so we've had clients that go very long stretches of the school year where that is being taught by a sub who is not certified to teach a deaf and hard of hearing classroom. So that's extended denials of FAPE. Sorry, I should define FAPE as a free and appropriate public education, a term defined by the law.
Yeah.
So I would have to read all of the hearing officer decisions to know what they're about. But those disputes about evaluations and observations are also under that umbrella of denials of FAPE.
Thank you. Let me move on.
Yep.
Ms. Blumenfeld-Love, you mentioned academic service logs. Could you say more?
Sure. So we really found this coming up more and more in the past few years where families with often staffing issues at school were concerned about their students receiving the academic hours as outlined in their IEPs. For related service hours like behavior supports or speech language pathology, there are logs that are kept that outline when students are receiving those, how often, but there's no academic version of that for math, reading, writing hours. So our recommendation is to have a more formalized structure to track those services as well, so that it's clearer for families to see exactly when those are happening, who's delivering them, et cetera.
And Mr. Davis, you said something about a change with regard to ASSI-DOT, the fewer complaints. Could you say that again?
Yeah, so our office, for the past few years, have seen a substantial number of ASSI-DOTS complaints, like probably most of the advocates here. But one of the things that we have noticed for families that have students with disabilities that are in their in-boundary schools, we've seen a decrease in those calls. So at one point, we were seeing those same families around 13% of all of our calls. And that's dropped to about 3%.
But that's only with regard to
Families that are choosing their in-boundary school that are receiving transportation services.
which is to say that it's hasn't changed much. It's still a problem for, I'll say, out-of-bounds schools.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. That would be Mr. Henderson online and the rest of you in person. Thank you. Marcy Hairston, Samantha Bertocci, Samantha Brown, Faith Gibson Hubbard, Regina Bell, Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, Janice Parker, Chantal Fuller, Ashley Ruff, who's an ANC commissioner, LaJoy Johnson Law, who's listed as the caregiver's dream, although I know that she's board member-elect for the State Board of Education, Elizabeth Callahan Mitchell, Benjamin Lookner. There's a whisper in my ear whether folks are online or not, which is why you all don't see anything. I already said Benjamin Lookner, right? Laura Fuchs? I think I'll stop there. Marcy Hairston. Yes, it's your turn.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Marcy Hairston, and I'm a pre-K 4 teacher at March Elementary School in Ward 3. When I last testified in February, I was a self-contained preschool teacher in an early learning supports classroom. Unfortunately, the job became too stressful, and I have since moved to general education. Though I've given up the position I once felt was my calling, I have not abandoned the fight for equity in special education classrooms. I'm here today in support of Council Member Henderson's legislation, which I see as an excellent first step towards promoting equity for self-contained students. Let me be clear. What is currently happening in self-contained classrooms is a crisis. I have spent the last 2 months interviewing special educators across DCPS, collecting as much relevant information as possible. Here is what I have learned. The distribution of self-contained classrooms across DCPS is far from equitable, with very few seats available in Ward 3. Wards 4, 7, and 8 have the most self-contained classrooms. Placing self-contained children back in their feeder patterns seems to have exacerbated the overcrowding in some places, but more information is needed to determine that for sure. Moving special education students back to feeder patterns was both disruptive and inequitable. To my knowledge, other out-of-boundary students were not required to make similar moves. There was a tremendous influx of children into self-contained programs between 2017, 2018, and 2022, 2023, during which time DCPS gained 538 self-contained students. The largest increase was in students entering communication and education support classrooms. Staff program guides outlining the CAPS, curricula, and student profiles for each type of self-contained classroom have significantly changed over the last 4 years, with a shift towards being more non-categorical. The overflow of students with full-time IEPs has resulted in serious overcrowding in ELS and CES rooms. There are ELS classrooms with as many as 14 children in them. This is very close to the enrollment in a general education classroom where there are no full-time IEPs. Many CES classrooms are also well over their stated caps. CES and ELS coaches coming from central office to support classrooms are overloaded. One coach can be responsible for as many as 12 schools, which makes it difficult to assist when necessary. Schools are being directed to shift children around in ways that do not make much sense. These creative arrangements indicate a serious lack of foresight and planning. Children with any sort of mobility access needs may not be able to attend programs near their homes, as many DCPS schools remain non-compliant with ADA regulations. There are many children in self-contained classrooms who need a dedicated aide or nurse, but currently do not have one. Current pre-K enrollment numbers do not account for children who will be turning 3 and coming to school for services before the end of the year. Any pre-K classroom not currently at capacity is likely to go over very soon. Many rooms are understaffed, with several missing a certified special educator. Paraprofessionals are also becoming harder to find and retain. So what can we do? To augment Councilmember Henderson's bill, DC Council could assist teachers and families by investigating the true extent of over-enrollment in self-contained classrooms, as well as the reasons for identifying so many high-needs students in the first place. Reinstating the State Advisory Panel on Special Education, which has not met since 2019. This panel is mandated under IDEA and previously served an important oversight role that is now missing. We need it back. Creating an oversight system separate from SAPSE that holds people in schools accountable for meeting the needs of special education students in reality and not just on paper. In the 10 years since federal oversight of special education services was lifted, DCPS seems increasingly unable to manage itself. Determining where new classrooms could be opened to alleviate over-enrollment. Over-enrolling classrooms has put many teachers in the position of having to sacrifice learning for student safety. This is unacceptable for everyone. This is the short version of my testimony. I hope you'll read the rest, which has been uploaded to the council website. I appreciate your willingness to partner with teachers and families to improve outcomes for everyone. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hairston, and I have your statement here. Samantha Bertocci. I'm told that she's online, but has declined, or did she just moved up?
Hi, I was just promoted. Me.
Yes, you're up. You're on.
All right, thank you. Chairman Mendelson and members of DC Council Committee of the Whole, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak here today and share our experiences and knowledge with you. My name is Sam Bertocchi. I am a ward.
That is not a good sign. I think you just muted yourself.
I did. Thank you.
You stated your name and then disappeared.
Thank you. All right, I'm back. All right, so I'm Sam Bertocchi. I'm a Ward 7 resident. I'm a Ward 1 teacher, and my testimony today is informed by my experience as an early learning support pre-kindergarten teacher with DCPS from 2018 to 2023. Like so many other teachers who are submitting testimony today, I was unable to continue in that role despite a master's degree in special education, a love for my students with disabilities, and 5 years being considered highly effective by DCPS's impact teacher evaluation system due to the stress the role was causing to both my body and my mental health. My first request is that you restore the education committee so there are council members and staff directly working on the issues for our schools. The second is to clearly outline a blueprint for meaningful oversight, including what accountability measures will be in place when DCPS ignores laws and guidelines set forth by both the council and OSSE. Third is to move OSSE out from under the executive and under the authority of the State Board of Education, so leaders directly and democratically accountable to DC residents have some authority in the matter. Finally, and most importantly, I ask this body to support Councilmember Henderson's legislation. While it will not fix everything, it is a much needed start, and I'm grateful to her and her team for taking this issue seriously. The over-enrollment of these classrooms began while I was teaching in that role, and I plan to give a general overview of the needs my students brought to my classroom. My final year in that role, there were 11 students in my roster. 4 communicated primarily by speaking, while 7 were what we call total communicators, meaning they used single word utterances, gestures, noise, and visual pictures, such as assistive augmentative communication to communicate. 4 were toilet trained, and the rest we were either actively engaged in toilet training or had to engage in diapering to keep them clean and safe. 3 of them demonstrated frequent behaviors that were unsafe for other students and sometimes me, such as hitting, biting, kicking, or spitting. Based on the information I've obtained through my collaboration with other teachers, this classroom is not an outlier. The needs these students brought, to be clear, is not why I needed to leave this role. Rather, it is a lack of support on a district level to allow all of them to receive the targeted and individual support that would allow them to maximize their learning. Constantly feeling like I was failing my students was incredibly hard on my mental health and morale. I frequently wondered if I wanted to be a teacher at all. I believe that's why self-contained teacher vacancies outpace general education vacancies, even in a landscape in which teaching in any capacity is incredibly difficult. Through a very rudimentary review of the data, it seems that our CES or communication education support classrooms have approximately 1 in every 11 classrooms currently looking to hire a teacher, while general education classrooms have about 1 in every 40 currently looking to hire a teacher. So what? I want to tell you all to open more classrooms, set a consistently held class limit of 8 students, and train and fairly compensate paraprofessionals so teachers get the support they need. In previous testimony, I have, but I now know full well that is not within the control of this body. There are, however, things you can do to move us closer to being able to make that a reality for our students and teachers. And that's why I requested earlier and continue to request the restoration of the education committee, a plan for oversight, the move to OSSE under the jurisdiction of DC State Board of Education, and currently right now support for Councilmember Henderson's legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bertocchi. Samantha Brown. Faith Gibson Hubbard.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Froman, and council staff. My name is Dr. Faith Gibson Hubbard, and I'm a parent of 2 public school students in both DCPS and a public charter school, a proud Ward 5 resident. And I'm also honored to serve as a senior advisor for PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Thank you so much for holding this hearing today on special education. As the parent of a student who receives special education needs, and I've now experienced both DCPS and a public charter school, this topic is very personal to me. I want my son, who is absolutely brilliant in every way, to have the kind of education that unlocks his unlimited potential. And I, along with 7,000 other PAVE parent leaders, want the exact same thing for every child in the District of Columbia. But unfortunately, my own personal experience, as well as our data, shows that we are far from that reality. Last year, only 6% of our students with disabilities were proficient in math, and that is within 1% of all proficiency rates since 2016. And our ELA scores show that only 9% of students with disabilities were proficient. And again, within the same percentage since 2016. So of course, it's no surprise that this should be alarming to us all. And we absolutely need to do more to serve the more than 16,000 students within our city who receive special education services, and likely more who have needs as well. So I'll summarize what I've heard from both PAVE parent leaders and likely what will also be shared later today from other partners. We need to continue to deeply invest in the areas that we know our students need. And the 2023 adequacy study shared that there needs to be additional weight to the UPSFF for those students who are of highest need, and those are students with disabilities. School leaders that were interviewed said that they want to invest more, but that the money is just not there to make it happen. We need to support parents with navigation. We know that we are fortunate to live in a city where there's lots of choice, but within that choice, it is often hard and overwhelming to figure out what options work best for your child, particularly when they have an IEP or you are questioning if they need additional supports. PAVE parent leaders have called on this multiple times in their statements of belief, and I'm happy to forward those on to you, and we've shared them around a need for a school navigator and other supports. Families with children with disabilities should be prioritized in this process, and we know that a navigator would help them be able to do so. Also in my testimony, I note just a focus on quality. That if we focus on this group of students, all boats will rise, because we know that many students have lots of needs. In that vein, we need to work to create the types of school models that can be high quality for these students in all ways, both within their neighborhood and across the city. And my testimony goes on to talk about lots of different models. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the importance of OST programs and the access. That is something that our PAVE parent leaders have talked about since the beginning of PAVE and will likely continue to talk about, because not only do students have these needs in schools, but also as we look for out-of-school time programming as well. And also to ensure that the district's math task force prioritizes special education in their discussions and recommendations. So I'm already over my time, but so many of us have been. But I want to just say as I close, that we need to continue to prioritize parent and family voices in this process. Voices like mine and voices like many other parents in PAVE and throughout the city who have been calling on reform in this area for quite some time. So thank you so much for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Regina Bell.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing on special education. Special education services in DCPS were adequate for a period of time when it was under judicial oversight. That oversight ended 10 years ago, almost to the day, and things have changed for the worse now that there is no real oversight. Approximately 16% of students in DCPS receive special education services. The educational needs of these students are written in their IEP, a legal document that provides a big picture summary of the students' special needs. It includes measurable goals for the students to reach and the services they need to meet those goals. There are many professionals, psychologists, social workers, special education teachers, and speech pathologists who touch the lives of students who receive special education services as they journey through DCPS. Each of those professionals requires a license. The LEA representative who represents the school district is an important and required team member of each student's IEP team, because they should know what resources are available to the district and have the authority to allocate such resources. Yet there is no certification or license required for that position. At some schools, there are administrators who are evaluating and monitoring teachers in special education, but do not have any special education credentials. There are self-contained classrooms at Drew and Amadon Bowen with double the limit of students in that class. There's a self-contained classroom at Dunbar that doesn't have any windows. There are students are routinely placed through early stages, but aren't given the resources stipulated in their IEP. These situations are not safe or sustainable, and they do not provide FAPE for students. In numerous instances, DCPS has turned the schoolhouse into a warehouse for students receiving special education services. Resource teachers are often pulled to serve as substitutes when general ed teachers are absent. As a result, their students do not receive the instruction they are entitled to under federal law. PowerSchool, the database management system that was rolled out last year with much fanfare, has been a complete flop. The students' special education team uses this program to keep track of the services the students receive, but there have been so many problems with the system that it is not reliable. It is no wonder that fewer people are entering the special education field and many are leaving it. This situation creates a vicious cycle of increased caseloads. As caseloads increase, the administrative and paperwork burden carried by each staff member increases. This increases the stress on teachers and leaves them with less time to spend in the classroom educating students. I hope the special education program is included in the audit of DCPS. WTU is thankful for the council's continued interest in special education and welcomes an enforceable limit on staff to student ratios for self-contained classrooms. This will help ensure that students receive a free, appropriate public education and meet their IEP goals. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Jacqueline Poglines.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I am Jacqueline Poglines, President of the Washington Teachers Union. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act. I stand before you today to express my support of this act with friendly amendments related to the executive putting into effect the rules for staff to student ratios in self-contained classrooms. This legislation marks a significant step forward in ensuring that our education system serves every student with the dignity, respect, and the quality education they deserve. This bill champions the stability of our students with special needs by ensuring they can remain within their initial placement feeder patterns unless specifically required services are unavailable. As emphasized by teachers, parents, and students, stability is the bedrock upon which we build successful educational outcomes. It allows our students to maintain consistent relationships, benefit from ongoing support, and foster a sense of security that is crucial for their academic achievement and development. Moreover, this legislation strengthens the bridge between parents, teachers, and administrators through enhanced transparency and communication. The requirement of local education agencies to consult with the child's IEP team and provide written explanations for and proposed change in service location ensures that every decision is made with clarity and purpose. While we have concerns about the staff to student ratio language in this bill, we are also thankful for its intentions and the positive impact it could have on our education system. In Article 23.13 of our WTU DCPS collective bargaining agreement, there is a mutually agreed upon maximum class size language for self-contained classrooms based on the student's disability category. WTU is worried that the executive will create a staff to student ratio larger than our class size language, weakening our contractual language. Additionally, we are concerned that the executive will not create staff to student ratios based on different categorical disabilities that students fall under. Lastly, WTU prefers class size language or teacher to student ratio instead of student to staff to student ratio language because a school could use the staff to student ratio to enlarge special education classrooms, which would not support the needs of special education students. For these reasons, we prefer that this bill instead incorporates language that reflects the class size language in our collective bargaining agreement or a teacher to student ratio. On a separate note, the WTU recognizes the need to change the names of the categorical classifications given to our special needs students in our contract. We worked hard on this for the last 2 contract negotiations, and we hope to be successful by the time we have to return to the negotiation table in 2027, without increasing class sizes for our teachers and students. I want to thank Councilmember Henderson for championing this important bill, and the WTU hopes our amendments are taken into consideration to improve this bill. Together, we can build a more inclusive, equitable, and supportive educational environment for all children, setting them on a path to success that respects their individual needs and harnesses their unique potential. This bill will also go a long way for getting and keeping great educators needed to support our students with special needs. However, I must add that we also need to make sure that our educators have the training and resources necessary to support these students. For example, the PowerSchool software used by DCPS is flawed and has hindered instead of helping in keeping and recording valuable information on our students with special needs. Our educators don't have the necessary software components for PowerSchool. This has negatively affected the impact evaluation scores of our teachers and has made it complicated and confusing for our teachers to meet the needs of our most vulnerable population of students. I have a laundry list of concerns related to our special education teachers that I would like to voice, but my time is limited. We have to remember that our educators who work with special needs students should not be overloaded with hours upon hours of redundant paperwork that prevents them from doing what they are supposed to do, which is teach. Many of our special education teachers are being used to cover classes. However, constantly using them in this way means they are not going to meet IEP goals or achieve great learning outcomes for their students. Lastly, we must always remember that our special education teachers and related service providers are federally mandated to meet and follow the individual education plan of their students. However, this year, many of our special education teachers and related service providers have voiced that DCPS has mandated task goals under impact that do not align with the IEP goals of their students. I could go on and on in what we need to do in supporting getting and keeping great teachers. But again, my time is limited, and I thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. And we are in support of this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Pogue-Lyons. Janice Parker? Janice Parker?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. I am Janice Parker, a proud Ward 7 resident who is a product of DC Public School, as well as a 30-plus year veteran DC Public School related service provider. I am also a parent and a community partner supporting families with students with learning differences who warrant special education services. DC Public Schools has failed to provide FAPE, a free and appropriate education to students with learning or physical differences for over 10 years. Through employing a practice of placing special educators and related service providers on individual school budgets rather than under the Division of Specialized Instruction and Student Support Services. Special educators and related service providers are restrained from delivering the mandated special education services prescribed in the individual education plans of students who are our most vulnerable population of students. Providers and special education teachers are tied to schools and programs despite the specific needs of students with differences assigned to various schools. Many of the students are denied FAPE in that many self-contained classrooms are oversized and understaffed. Students are denied specialized instruction because special education teachers and related service providers are used as substitutes or are assigned duties outside their area of expertise and scope of practice because many school leaders do not respect their expertise or care about the delivery of special education services to our most vulnerable population. In an attempt to appear to decrease DCPS central office budget, related service providers and special education teachers have been included on local school budgets, which negatively impact their ability to provide appropriate services to students with learning differences. There are some buildings where you have special education teachers and that don't have any students on their caseload. And then there are other instances where you have buildings where their classrooms are oversized, but teachers and providers can't be moved to those buildings to provide FAPE because they are tied to a individual school budget, which is not based on what the school actually needs in terms of providing services to students that need special education services and have been prescribed those services in their individual education plans. I want to thank Councilmember Henderson for proposing this bill. It's much needed, and I really would like for the council to consider accepting this bill and enforcing and charging DC Public Schools and the OSSE with ensuring that students that require special education services receive those services as mandated. It has been nearly 50 years since the law, Public Law 94-142, came into play when President Ford signed it in 1975. And here we are 50 years and we still have so much work to do in terms of making sure that students with differences receive an adequate, fair, and appropriate education. DC Public Schools provides, yes, a free and public education, but it's not appropriate for many of our students. And that needs to change, and it needs to change today. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you, Councilman Henderson. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your time. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I would be glad to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. And I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could provide it.
I will. I definitely will send it over to you.
Thank you. Chantal Fuller.
Good afternoon, council members and committee staff. My name is Chantal Fuller, and I am a proud Ward 8 resident. I function as a policy advisor for the Ward 8 Education Council, and I'm a 12-year special education teacher currently teaching at Whittier Elementary School. I'm here today to discuss the problems and solutions to a host of issues pertaining to DCPS's and the district's handling of special education. First, B25-847 is a start, but there should also be opportunities for the council to meet with stakeholders in the community, particularly in Ward 8, where there is an oversaturation of self-contained programs. You all should be sending staff to make routine visits to classrooms to get firsthand knowledge on how this bill would impact school communities, as opposed to writing a bill without doing deep engagement. We are happy that the bill addresses the overpopulation of self-contained classrooms. While the WTU contract stipulates that each program caps the number of students in the class, this often does not happen. Several programs also require 2 instructional aides in each class, but the dried up applicant pool does not lend itself to this model. Classes with students who require the most support are often left with a shortage of adults and a surplus of students. I began my career as a self-contained CES teacher and lasted only 3 years due to the burnout and unrealistic expectations of central office mandates, as well as a lack of attention to job and life skills for students, which I will expound upon later in my testimony. Please consider requiring the Department of Employment Services and OSSE to train those in need of a career to work in these classes. Additionally, there are high school students who also want to do this work, but are forced to wait until after they graduate to begin training. We are proposing a CTE program in each DCPS high school that trains students how to become special education paraprofessionals. Currently, there is also a scholarship program exclusive to Ballou and Anacostia students for them to major in education at American University. This program should be duplicated with other universities throughout the high school communities of the city. We also are stressing the need for comprehensive instructional, social-emotional, and de-escalation training multiple times a year for any of the staff who deal with special ed self-contained students. Furthermore, we need equity among the special education feeder patterns, including more options east of the river. Too many families, including ones from my Ward 8 Bellevue neighborhood, are having to travel to my school and others in the upper wards to receive an education. The Ward 8 Education Council takes a stance that DCPS needs to ensure there is alignment so that families have a clear understanding where their children will go, especially if they are in self-contained programs. Many parents have been confused and even brought to tears once the IEP team informs them that their child will be pulled away from the school they began in and sent to a different or neighboring one once they enter the next grade plan. The enrollment team should include DCPS Special Education Family Guide and website and include the feeder patterns. Currently, parents must find this information on their own, which is not equitable. IDEA also mandates that parents have a say in their child's education and placement, and DCPS needs to be in compliance. Next, school leaders need comprehensive training and instruction for special education students. While I am fortunate to have a principal who was both a special education teacher and a special education coordinator, many leaders come into the role having never taught special education and have huge gaps in their understanding of the law and pedagogy. This again can constitute as a violation of a free and appropriate education. OSSI should require a series of mandated courses on compliance and evaluation of special education service models. Too many leaders are let off the hook when it comes to special education, and this widens already significant gaps in these students' education. Finally, transition planning for all students should be introduced by 3rd grade at least. Whether it is volunteering at a laundromat, shelter, or other community location that can host them, students should be learning life and vocational skills in elementary school. Students who are on the certificate track do not receive a GED or a high school equivalence. They are given a piece of paper that says they completed 22 years of schooling and cannot use that to retain employment. This means we are pushing disabled, primarily Black and Brown students into the workforce with no job skills, and we are expecting them to make good choices that they don't have access to. While we may not be here to solve poverty, we can resource and empower students to become upwardly mobile. We cannot complain about crime when we are systematically shutting the doors of employment on our cognitively and physically impaired students. We have heard from several families about interest in a vocational high school for students with disabilities, possibly on the UMC campus. We are happy to explain our positions further at your convenience. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Commissioner Ashley Ruff. LaJoy Johnson Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council. My name is LaJoy Johnson Law. I am a proud Ward 8 resident. I am a member of the Caregiver's Dream. I am a special education and disability advocate. I'm also the Ward 8 SBOE elect. I'm really proud to represent Ward 8 coming in January. But most importantly, I am a proud mother. My daughter is Abria, who's 13, who currently has an IEP and also has special health care needs. But like my daughter, many students have special health care needs and special education needs and have not been properly served. Unfortunately, many families cannot be here today, so this testimony is a reflection of all of us and all of our concerns. While I appreciate this legislation and thank Councilmember Henderson profusely for her leadership, there are many aspects on which it doesn't touch, especially when it comes to equity and especially when it comes to barriers that we face. Certain barriers that many families face are, again, like you've heard, inconsistent implementation of IEPs, staffing shortages and training gaps, limited access to resources, and also communication challenges. There are also some gaps in which we are hoping that the council will address in the bill. For instance, equity in the feeder pattern programming. Although the bill ensures that students can remain in their feeder pattern, it does not address whether equity in programming exists, especially within these patterns. And I have to raise up schools east of the river who deserve diverse and robust programming. And some of our families are unfortunately leaving to be able to access other programs. Also, we need to ensure that this bill is ensuring equity with how the self-contained programmings look across DCPS. We can't just place everything in east of the river schools and not have other schools take on self-contained classrooms and special education resources as well. Also, in regards to our teachers, we love our teachers, but for our teachers, dedicated aides, and paraprofessionals, we want to make sure that they are adequately trained, certified, and also paid for what they are doing for our students. Another issue that it doesn't talk about is the elementary and middle, but more so like the middle and high school alignment. If you look at the feeder pattern on the website, that's also in my testimony. I can give that to y'all later. The middle schools east of the river often don't reflect the specialized programming available at their corresponding high schools. There's some gaps there, and that needs to be addressed as well. Some of the recommendations that we are hoping to urge the council to add into this bill. One, enhance accountability of IEP implementation. 2, expand equitable self-contained programming across the city. 3, improve teacher training and certification, which also includes dedicated aides and paraprofessionals and also other teachers that help the corresponding teacher. That also includes general education teachers as well, because they also touch our babies. I can talk about that later. Have more alignment when it comes to our middle school and high school programs. Include elementary, but there's that middle and high school piece. There's some glaring aspects there. Ensure feeder pattern stability, like clarify how the bill is going to address children's neighborhood feeder patterns and other options. 6, we think that OSSI could be helpful with transparency support and making sure that, hey, like how many state and due process complaints are you all getting when it comes to location of services and location of placement? I can go about that on later because I know I'm also over time. But parent engagement, a lot of parents just really, unfortunately, don't understand how the special education feeder pattern works. So the proposal is that DCPS could host a town hall or have a webinar to inform families about the special educator feeder pattern and provide resources to support them. This webinar could also be recorded and could be placed on the special education family resource guide website, so that way families can revisit it when they need. But in closing, because I'm a minute over time, I want to thank the council for taking the steps to address the disparities in special education, but also this hearing isn't going to do it. This one bill isn't going to do it. We need several conversations about special education in this city because it's glaring. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions and opportunities that you might have. And this is my lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson-Law. Elizabeth Mitchell.
My name is Elizabeth Mitchell, and I'm the parent of a DCPS student with an IEP and a student in a private placement who used to have to travel all the way to Baltimore for a free and appropriate education because there are no schools here in DC, public, charter, or otherwise, that can meet his needs. Although I am now one of the co-chairs of the Ward 3 Education Network, I am not testifying here in that capacity today. I am testifying on behalf of the Ward 3 Democrats who passed a resolution urging action on all of this last January at our meeting with the WTU and the mayor. I'm going to start with testimony from a teacher who couldn't be here today because she's teaching. I have 11 students at my pre-K ELS classroom. Meeting the needs of students day to day is very difficult. I have 4 students that require a very high level of support in order to safely be in the classroom. This means that 36% of my class is very high need and needs significant one-on-one support. Needless to say, we cannot provide the level of support these students need. These students present with significant language delays and use behavior to communicate. Behaviors include standing on classroom furniture and jumping off, attempting to elope from the classroom and playground, eating non-food items, and physical aggression. One student holds saliva in his mouth for extended periods of time and then spits on the floor. Because we have so many students, my team struggles to give extra support to our highest need students and meet their needs in a developmentally appropriate way. My team is passionate and we wholeheartedly believe in the potential of our young students, but we rarely feel we can give students what they need with the existing structure. To add insult to injury, we just received an LOS letter from Early Stages. If that student enrolls, we would have 12 students. The current system is not equitable for students or teachers. We need reform now for our most vulnerable students and the teachers who love them. For my testimony, I want to first commend Marcy Harrison for her work. She has been compiling testimony just like this for months now and working to connect parents and teachers on these issues because those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. We all know the system is broken. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights will be releasing a report soon that explains exactly how broken. I now run a parent support group because SAFC hasn't met in a meaningful way in over 5 years. At our last meeting, I asked how many parents had to quit work to navigate our broken system. Out of a group of 25 parents and 3 teachers, 22 hands were raised. I had to quit my job at the beginning of 2022 because my child's school couldn't keep him safe while they found him an appropriate placement. I just rejoined the workforce this summer and I'm still only able to work part-time. The family I told you about last year when I testified, whose bus issues led to less work hours and less rent money, they were evicted and they can't afford to live in DC anymore. I appreciate Councilmember Henderson's attempting to address some of these issues with her legislation, but we need so much more. There is zero accountability or transparency. DCPS and OSSI are playing a dangerous shell game with our kids. Teachers, students, and families are suffering because of it. I've been testifying about this for years now, but I can honestly say it has never been this bad. I was actually eager for federal oversight as a solution since none of our leaders seem at all interested in doing what actually needs to be done to fix these issues. But it looks like that option is about to evaporate as soon as Trump takes office. In short, there is no oversight, there is no equity, there is no accountability, there is no hope. At the very least, could you please require a diploma track for our kids? That doesn't exist right now, and it's an unconscionable failing. Thank you for hosting this hearing and to everyone who testified.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Benjamin Lookner? I don't think he's here. Laura Fuchs.
Thank you. I believe that DCPS is currently coming up with policies that sacrifice students' access to a free and appropriate public education as specified in IDEA for reasons that make little to no sense. These include changing IEPs to push their budget agendas rather than focusing on what is best for the child, cutting special education coordinators and replacing them with managers and directors of specialized instruction, who now evaluate teachers using impact and have virtually destroyed many local schools' special education departments, and teachers starting the year with full caseloads and then having to take on additional students mid-year that are charter school pushouts, often with IEPs that are out of compliance. I will be giving some examples of things I've been told as a union leader from schools across the district, including my own. The main problem is teachers are having class sizes that exceed an acceptable limit across the board without the proper staffing and supplies to service them. Inclusion classes, including at my school, will have well over 70% special education students, making them virtually self-contained classes, well beyond national recommendations. Self-contained classes start over the legal limit and then proceed to get higher at schools that are net receiving schools. Early childhood education self-contained classrooms are possibly the biggest offender because they're receiving constant placements throughout the year and often do not have the additional assistance to deal with going over the legal limit. DCPS simply changes program titles to get out of their contractual obligations in this sphere. Schools are starting and continuing the year with special education vacancies, not enough aides, behavior techs, and more. This is wrong on almost every level imaginable. It creates physically unsafe environments for many of our teachers and students. It means that many students are not receiving FAPE. The past few years, I've noticed that when OSSE is contacted about our concerns and state complaints, we are repeatedly rejected for minor technicalities on forms that we shouldn't have to fill out against our own schools in order to get our students the services they deserve, and that they refuse to even touch the idea that there is a possibility of a class size cap, despite knowing this is best practice, simply because they don't want to force LEAs to fund them. DCPS is choosing not to invest properly in the programming we need to service all students with disabilities. DCPS is choosing to send students to schools that do not have the proper programs against their parents' wishes, putting students in danger and overburdening teachers. DCPS is choosing to ignore concerns and continue to underfund our special education program while putting increasing number of meetings, requirements, and any number of policies on special educators so that they can't actually do their job of servicing students. I included stories from different teachers since I'm not a special educator myself. What I do want to add is this brings us to the W-2 contract. DCPS has repeatedly refused to negotiate in good faith over a decade when it comes to working conditions for our staff. They're using technicalities like changing program names to get out fulfilling the adequate staffing levels that are currently in our contract. They need to negotiate this with good faith and prioritize our students over their bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Benjamin Lookner, I understand you've joined us.
Yep. Hello, everybody. My name is Ben Lookner. I am a second grade special education teacher at Lafayette Elementary School. I'm also a building rep for Lafayette Elementary School, and I'm also on the DCPS or the W-2 contract negotiation team. I'm coming to you right in the thick of things as a special education teacher. And to that end, given the status of where we are this year in regards to providing quality instruction to our students with disabilities who are really far from opportunity and from learning, and also writing high quality IEPs. I am unprepared, but I am going to go ahead and wing it based off of my notes, so please bear with me. When I signed up to testify today, I chose to focus on the school psychologist, I would say, crisis within DCPS. School psychologists are a huge factor in the special education process. And right now we are struggling to move forward with identifying students and providing them with the services they need because we do not have enough school psychologists on hand. When I started at Lafayette, we had one school psychologist, and that psychologist then moved on. The next year we had two school psychologists who were brand new to the profession, and new to our school. They were excited. They were eager to jump in and do the work. And it was a great year, except for the fact that by the end of the year, they both also moved on as well due to frustrations with the treatment at the school level, and then also with just the lack of support from DCPS. We then spent 2 years without a psychologist full time. And right now, Lafayette Elementary is still trying to dig out from that huge hole that's left. I currently, working in second grade, have students with referrals that are a year old. That is students who have been identified by their teachers or by their parents who need a full comprehensive psychological evaluation to determine if they are having a disability. And we have not been able to have that process move forward because we cannot hold on to psychologists. Thankfully, we have a psychologist this year, but already we're finding that the strains of the needs in the building are completely overwhelming and we need support. The problem is that we're not the only school without a psychologist in it. There are many vacancies throughout the district. I don't know the exact number because I'm not prepared, like I said. But from talking with my psychologist, I know that there are vacancies. I also know that we're just having a hard time getting central office to support that. They're trying, but we don't have enough. So I think part of it that needs to be addressed is the fact that in the world of impact, which I have spoken about a lot, psychologists are also being evaluated in impact. So those stressors that you're hearing from teachers coming every day, of all the stuff we have to deal with in order to teach well, but then also to be evaluated in impact, is also happening with psychologists. Psychologists are subject to evaluation procedures that really don't have much to do with their role as a psychologist. So for example, I've talked to central office psychologists who said they left schools because they were being dinged on their evaluation for the way they handled hall duty, the way they handled lunch duty. You have psychologists doing recess duty. You have psychologists doing morning duty. Psychologists have to be judged on the school-based psychologist standards, and that is assessed by their administrator. So a psychologist who has expertise in that area is being evaluated by a school-based administrator who does not do the work that they do. So people aren't sticking around. It's becoming a huge problem. It's having direct impact on our students, and I'm on my phone, so I can't see my time, but that's the issue that I wanted to raise today. I believe that our inability to hold on to psychologists at the district and the school level is causing a huge crisis for our students with needs. Thank you.
Thank you, and you are over your time, but thank you. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, that would be great.
I'll try my best. Thank you.
5 minutes for questions. Ms. Mitchell, you said at the end of your statement, I've been testifying about this for years now, but I can honestly say it has never been this bad. What has changed? What's made it worse?
I think I'd go back to Marcy Harrison's testimony, to the teacher testimony I just submitted. And Laura Fuchs had a really amazing call last spring with a bunch of teachers who are in these classrooms. What I think was incredibly jarring to me is that there are instances where we know what the students need, and we actually have a classroom that can provide those services. And we're not giving them those services. We're not connecting those teachers to the students. Instead, what is happening is those students are being reclassified so that they can stay in those classrooms as inappropriate as they are. That's a management issue. It feels like there are a lot of things that we could be solving and they're just being ignored. This came up on the last Ward 3 EdNet call with the COO of DCPS. She said she's aware of the issue. It doesn't sound like they're doing much to solve it, but she's aware of this. She also knows that there are teachers across the city that are waiting on specific supplies for their students. I think on the call we were
I'm gonna
talking.
interrupt because you're telling
Okay.
me how it's worse. I'm asking you why it's worse. Do you have a sense of what's going on that it's gotten worse?
I mean, I think we've systemically underfunded all of these services. I think it's a problem that we've ignored for ages. I don't think it's a new problem. I think it's gotten worse because we've systemically defunded our public schools for decades.
Okay, that's an answer. Thank you. Ms. Hairston, I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Could you say a little bit more about your first bullet? The distribution of self-contained classrooms across DCPS is far from equitable, with very few seats available in Ward 3. Wards 4, 7, and 8 have the most.
So as part of what I did, I made myself a list of every classroom that is a self-contained classroom across the district, and I started trying to get numbers from every teacher. So in Ward 3, we have 2 schools out of all the schools in Ward 3 that have self-contained programs. Murch is running ELS and ILS, and Hearst is running CES. So if those are the only seats available in Ward 3, if you think about it, that's 22 seats for CES students at one school, and then however many seats we have for ELS students. So when we are over-enrolled, Murch is currently bearing the brunt of that, as far as I know. There's nowhere for them to go because now we force them also back into their feeder patterns. So you can keep a lot of kids in wards 4, 7, and 8, but there's nowhere for them to go in Ward 3. The other wards are kind of in the middle.
And your second bullet was moving special education students back to feeder patterns was both disruptive and inequitable. Could you say more about that?
So as I said, as far as I know, no other out-of-boundary students were required to move out of the schools they were currently in. It was just the self-contained students. I was told to give out those letters. Central office sent them to the school in, I believe it was January 2023. I was directed to give them to 2 families in my class. They were the only 2 families in my class that got sent back to Ward 4. That's where they came from. They did not understand why. And those children were sent back to schools that are currently over-enrolled. One went to LaSalle Bacchus and one went to John Lewis Elementary School. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have enough information. I've just collected what I can find, but it looks like we're overcrowding certain wards and other places have a little bit more space.
I think this was a different point. You had a bullet that said schools are being directed to shift children around in ways that do not make much sense for anyone. These are creative arrangements. These creative arrangements are not a real solution and indicate a serious lack of foresight and planning. Can you speak
So
more on that?
I do have examples. Marie Reed had a BES classroom that was 3 to 5, grades 3 to 5. It had those 5th graders left. There are no BES students left. So instead of, and they've sort of changed the designation to make it basically non-categorical something. I don't even know if it has the right title anymore, but they put in 2 2nd graders. 3 more children have since joined that. That is in a 3rd through 5th grade classroom. We have children in that classroom who are not toilet trained, and so they're using not an early childhood classroom, which would have a bathroom or something in it. Murch has been directed to take our ILS teacher because we have no ILS students and to try to separate some of the overcrowding in our lower grade classrooms. We had not yet hired an ILS teacher. She is onboarding now, I believe. So somehow we have to split up children who have now been together with the same teacher all year and give them to another teacher who is not going, it could be a co-teaching arrangement, but it may also be in a totally another room. And so lots of schools have been directed to do that. It's actually noted in the chart that I uploaded, like where these creative arrangements have been put in place and what exactly they are.
So are they creative to are they creative to find a solution, or are they creative and creating a problem?
They're creating a problem. It's not really a solution to take our ILS teacher and give her the ELS students. If we get any ILS students, now either they are going to join a group of children they don't belong with, or the other children are going to have to be stuffed back into the classroom they just came out of. It doesn't make a lot of sense the way that they're separating things. And it indicates a real lack of planning, and that, you know, when you're just shuffling children around sort of at random with whatever is available in the future, you don't have a plan for what you're going to do if that changes.
And where are these decisions being made? At the school level or?
Central office, whoever is Office of Teaching and Learning, I'm not exactly sure where they're coming from, but SPED managers and SPED coordinators are being directed to do these things.
I'm over my time. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you to all the witnesses. I want to start by valuing all of the people who work in this space. I just this morning went for a bus pickup for a student, and it just blew my mind. You know, the bus arrived, the love that came off of that bus was really something special. I've spoken to a couple of self-contained classrooms in the last month, seeing the teachers, what they're trying to do, seeing the kids, it's just so impressive. So I think the head of St. Coletta is going to come on, and going out to St. Coletta, seeing what happens there. There is a lot that is good, and there is a lot of incredible energy in this space. That makes it heartbreaking to let the folks who are on the front lines doing that work down. I do think that for DCPS, and Dr. Hubbard, when you talked about how the needle hasn't moved, you compared the scores to 2016. This is a thing that we've known about. Somebody testified 50 years, and we really haven't moved this. And it's gonna take, somebody else, I think, said, this is one piece of legislation. I guess it was Ms. Johnson Law. This is one piece of legislation. There's got to be more. There's got to be a commitment of resources in this area. There is a little bit of DCPS gets held up as, you know, failing so miserably, but I actually want to, I believe that the folks inside of DCPS want to get this done better, and that part of it is a question of providing resources. I also think they face a set of challenges that are different than are faced in the charter sector. And so I don't want, I think we need to work with DCPS and the charter sector to get to better solutions here. But I don't want to have the idea that they don't care, because I do think that they care, and I do think they want to make this better. Ms. Hairston, you talked about going around, and thank you so much for all of the work that you've done and the work that you've done to educate me on these subjects. So really, really grateful. You talked about going around to the different classrooms around the city and trying to get a sense of things. Are you able in that process to get information about the total load in terms of service hours in each classroom and see how that compares to what what would be called for under the WTU contract?
So I didn't actually visit the classrooms. I have been connecting with teachers virtually through our Facebook page, basically, or anyone I know who knows somebody. But as far as hours, the hours in a self-contained classroom aren't as relevant as they are in an inclusion setting. The reason is to get that placement, they all have 20+ hours. So it just being in that classroom every day, all week, counts as filling that time. It's the inclusion teachers who are way over. I can tell you our pre-K teacher is about to have 19 children on her caseload. So even if each one of those children only had 5 hours a week, that's more hours than she's at work in a week. So it's a problem across the district with servicing children, but it looks different in inclusion than it does in self-contained.
And where do we go to see that? How do we get our arms around that? I hear anecdotal things, but how do we get our arms around the data on that?
I'm not sure. I mean, it would be auditing IEPs, I'm assuming, to see how many hours each child is getting and exactly what setting they're attending school in. I don't, maybe central office has that information.
All right, and I don't know, is Ms. Parker still on?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Wonderful. Ms. Parker, you said, you alluded to that it might be better if these functions were funded through the DCPS central budget as opposed to the school budget. Can you help me understand why that would make things different? Why it is that you think that could be a valuable thing? And is that the way the approach has been done in the past?
So yes, as I said, I've been around for a while, since 1987. I became a speech pathologist with DC Public Schools. And those positions were centrally funded. They were not on individual schools. And so once we actually had child count, when you actually had students to show up at a building, more that was than projected, the Office of Special Education, or now the Division of Specialized Instruction, would be able to then send needed personnel, whether it's special education teachers or related service providers, particularly psychologists, social workers, speech pathologists, OTs, PTs, to schools to make sure that children receive their services as mandated and indicated on their individual education plan. Now we actually have schools last year and year before last where you have, as somebody mentioned earlier, there's a ILS program where there are no children that actually reported to the school. Parents may have decided to choose a different school, but that person is standing in that building. We had a teacher who had no children for a self-contained classroom at Marie Reed, and he ended up staying there all year, and he worked as a substitute. Basically, when other people were out, that's what he did, as opposed to, and I can throw out a number of names of schools at Plummer, where all of the self-contained classrooms were overstaffed, oversized, the number of children, and understaffed. That teacher should have been able to move to a school, and was willing and wanted, made requests to be able to go and do the work of providing special education services to children. And he was not allowed to do so because you're on a school budget, and the school leadership feels that, you're part of their staff. They can use you as they please, as opposed to people with a specific skill set being able to go out and provide special education services to students that have individual education plans.
All right, thank you
Those
very
are
much.
just a few schools that I threw out, but it was several schools where that was the case, and continues this school year.
Thank you very much. I think I have way more questions, but Chairman Mendelson probably wisely has kept this. Mr. Lookner, I see that you put things in the chat with some information in response to some of my questions. I appreciate that, and appreciate all the work that you do. Thank you so much to this panel for the work you do. I assure you I'll follow up, because we got to get this right.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of the witnesses. It's been helpful. Michael Rodriguez. Tammy Lewis. Julie Camerata. Jonathan Weinstein. Shanique Poole. Shanique Poole. Justin Lessick. Kenyatta Singleton. Wanda Gregory. Elizabeth Torres. Jobin Saul. Are they here? BC Oyedel. Rashida Young. Kiana Lamans. Latia Loring. Cassandra Matthews. All right, we will start with Michael Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Rodriguez, and I am here representing St. Coletta Special Education Public Charter School. I'd like to touch briefly on 2 points. The first is staff to student ratios. A one-size-fits-all cap on self-contained special education classrooms could have significant implications for appropriately supporting students with highly specialized needs. The level of staffing required for each student should be determined by their individualized education program rather than by adhering to a staffing ratio. Imposing a strict cap without flexibility could lead to insufficient support, undermining the quality of instruction, and potentially violating legal requirements under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which mandates that students' IEPs be fully implemented. I would also like to make mention of high-need students with disabilities who require dedicated one-to-one aides. St. Coletta is an active member of the current UPS-FF working group, convened once every 2 years. The focus of the 24-25 working group is to determine how to implement the recommendations of the 2023 School Funding Adequacy Study. That study revealed that the cost of dedicated aides to high-need students with disabilities is not and has not been funded by the UPS-FF. To provide context, St. Coletta currently serves 132 Level 4 students who also require 24 or more hours of dedicated aid support per week. St. Coletta continues to advocate for the implementation of an additional level, Level 5, finally and fully funding the cost of dedicated aides to be included in the UPS-FF for fiscal year 2026. We deeply appreciate the Council's provision of $2.2 million of supplemental funding over the past 2 fiscal years. While this funding did not fully cover the cost of dedicated aides at St. Coletta, it helped shed light on this longstanding issue. The long-term solution needs to be baked into the UPS-FF. If the adequacy study recommendations are implemented in FY26, our funding needs would be fully met going forward. I wish to thank the Council for spotlighting the important topics being discussed today and for your support of St. Coletta and the students we're privileged to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Tammy Lewis.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Tammy Lewis. I'm a Ward 5 resident and Senior Director of Government Affairs for the DC Charter School Alliance. Thank you for shining a light on the needs of students with disabilities. Nationally, there is a significant gap in academic performance for students with disabilities. 2022 fourth grade NAEP results show students with disabilities scored 18% lower in reading and 12% lower in math. In DC, students with disabilities scored on average 30% lower than the city as a whole, with no more than 10% proficient in ELA and math. We often focus on matters of legal compliance when discussing special education, but if we want to substantially improve academic outcomes for them, we must focus on early identification, evidence-based interventions, and improving Tier 1 instruction. We need high expectations for all students and quality instruction in every classroom, with core academic content adapted without reducing rigor to meet individual student needs. Citywide educational initiatives also must consider students with disabilities as they are being developed rather than after the fact. In schools across the city, we are seeing some promising results for students with disabilities. DC Prep Anacostia Middle School has utilized specialized training, coaching, and strong collaboration between the administration and teachers to increase students with disabilities scoring 3+, nearly 20% in math and ELA since school year 21-22. At Paul Public Charter School, monitoring student data weekly while adjusting instruction accordingly and strong special educator retention resulted in a 10% increase in students with disabilities scoring 3+ in math and ELA last year. And as we just heard, St. Coletta's PCS is one of the most well-regarded schools for students with significant intellectual disabilities, providing functional education and life skills program in a nurturing environment. Additionally, the Alliance has created 2 new initiatives, one for student support leaders and another for academic leaders, that allows school leaders to collaborate with one another to rapidly improve outcomes. We have 4 recommendations to share. We urge OSSE to work with stakeholders to provide enhanced professional development opportunities and help grow the pipeline of special educators. Second, we urge the district to address special education funding gaps for students who require full-time aides. We're pleased the UPSFF working group is focused on this issue and anticipates strong recommendations to address these needs. Third, while DCPS Early Stages program provides evaluations and IEP development for preschoolers, despite being funded entirely outside the UPSFF, Early Stages does not serve children who enroll in charter schools. This policy results in delays for families and requires charters to fund these services from their UPSFF funds. We recommend extending Early Stages services to all district children, regardless of the public school their parents choose to enroll them in. Finally, regarding Bill 25847, there are many factors to consider in determining appropriate staffing for self-contained classrooms, which may vary depending on the needs of the students in the class. We recommend OSSE engage with stakeholders to develop guidance on best practices related to staffing. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Julie Camerata.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Camerata. Thank you so much for the opportunity to submit comments regarding the proposed bill and special education oversight. I'm a Ward 1 resident, the parent of a young person with a disability, and the executive director of the DC Special Education Cooperative, or the Co-op. The Co-op serves 58 charter LEAs, and our vision is that all students with disabilities in the District of Columbia are empowered and equipped to lead meaningful and connected lives. I also happen to be the chair of the state advisory panel on special education that was mentioned by a couple of witnesses. I'm very grateful to them for surfacing the issue. We actually just met this past week. However, we are really struggling. We don't have the appropriate panelists and have made this clear to MODA several times. We are down to 4 active participants. All of us are parents and desperately need MODA to move non-participating panelists off and process applications expeditiously. We also need for OSSE to keep the website updated so that members of the public are aware of and have access to our meeting schedule, as all our meetings are public meetings. This was discussed at our last meeting, and I'm cautiously optimistic. For the rest of my comments, I'd like to, before diving in, I'd like to suggest that our city needs a clearly articulated vision for students with disabilities. I interact with special education providers in other states, and comparatively, we here in DC have so much going for us. We have lots of expertise, agencies that truly care about our students, and a funding formula that's evolving with the intention of removing barriers to service. And with all of that, as you've heard, our students overwhelmingly are not doing well. The Co-op just completed a strategic plan in June, and all ed-related agencies and school leaders we interviewed highlighted a lack of alignment and issues with role confusion as a hindrance to positive outcomes for students with disabilities. We believe this much needed alignment should start with vision setting and are committed to helping the city accomplish this. We have a few recommendations about the proposed bill, which I won't have time to discuss, but can be found in my written testimony. I'd like to touch on one aspect, though, the section that deals with feeder patterns. Serving students with disabilities in their school of right or of choice and serving them well should be the goal of all district LEAs. We know that individual schools or single site districts often don't have the scale to provide highly specialized services to our most vulnerable students. However, the vast majority of students can and should be served at local and/or schools of choice. There is a continuum of placements that should be offered at every school. Over the past few years, the Co-op has built a network of demonstration classrooms, proof points that students with disabilities can thrive in the least restrictive environment at their school of choice. We currently have 4 partner schools with models that span the continuum of special education support, from multi-tiered systems of support, which provide data-driven network of services and support, and universal design for learning, which creates access to rigor. Both models are situated in the general education classroom and benefit children with and without disabilities. Our other 2 models are intervention-based and create space for serving students with reading and math deficits outside of the general education classroom. It is extremely difficult to find philanthropy that wants to invest in special education. We were only able to do these continuum enhancement projects because of an OSSI grant. So we'd like to thank OSSI for supporting our vision. We are also proud that all 4 demonstration classrooms were designed to be self-sustaining post-grant, and 4 years later, all are operational. And last year, for the first time post-pandemic, they were able to serve their second function, operating as professional development models for the city. Across the demo network, we were able to expose educators and leaders from 14 LEAs to these practices. We've just kicked off our 24-25 tours, and I invite members of the council and all LEA leaders to participate. With the time I have left, I'd like to give recognition to 2 colleagues at OSSI. First, Director of Transportation, Michael Riley. Director Riley participates in a working group we facilitate. Over the past years, he has brought a level of transparency and responsiveness that has made problem solving much easier. And I want to acknowledge there are still many, many problems, but having good partners at the agencies make it easier. Next, I'd like to commend Stephanie Davis and her team from CIO for their responsiveness and willingness to take user feedback around special programs. This has been one of the greatest challenges our schools have faced in the last year. During this rollout and early implementation, the co-op has spent hundreds of hours supporting our 58 member LEAs as they troubleshoot system implementation. This year, 30% of our technical assistance requests are related to special programs. This is not sustainable for a small nonprofit tasked with supporting 58 LEAs in all aspects of special education delivery. We are including several recommendations to enhance the training support that OSSI offers moving forward, and further requests that OSSI consider a proactive formal partnership with us that would help us to help them identify and fix systemic issues as they arise.
Ms. Camerata, I have to interrupt you because you're
Yep.
3 minutes over your time.
I apologize. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Sure, thank you. Jonathan Weinstein.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Jonathan Weinstein, and I'm Managing Director of Financial Operations at KIPP DC. Thank you for holding this hearing on advancing equity in special education. My testimony relates specifically to the UPSFF working group. For context, at KIPP DC, over 1,300 students out of nearly 7,400 total have individualized education plans or IEPs. Of these, about 90 receive the support of a dedicated aide, with only a portion requiring more than 20 hours of dedicated aide support per week. Here's a quick overview of the services provided by dedicated aides. Most of our early childhood students with a dedicated aide are nonverbal and need hand-over-hand support to participate in classroom activities. Younger students and some with physical disabilities may require toileting supports and assistance moving through crowded hallways. Some students with health issues require close monitoring for seizures. Students with behavioral improvement plans may rely on a dedicated aide to support them in de-escalating. Some students with cognitive delays require support to help them focus and use their communication skills. Students with a propensity to abscond need dedicated supervision, and others need regular breaks from class time. Clearly, there are many reasons a student may require dedicated aide support. This support is expensive. The average full-time dedicated aide at KIPP DC has a salary and benefits expense of $54,000 per year. When a dedicated aide, especially a full-time aide, is needed on top of other student supports, the current Level 4 special education funding weight often fails to cover a significant portion of the cost. The UPSFF working group has been considering an additional level of special education funding for students with a full-time dedicated aide. KIPP DC supports this initiative. I acknowledge that the district's budget environment is particularly uncertain heading into 2025 and want to express our appreciation that the council remains focused on serving the needs of district students. The proposed funding weight specifically intended to help offset the cost of one-to-one dedicated aides addresses one of the largest gaps in the existing funding structure. I'm asking council to, one, look for the working group's recommendation expected early in 2025. Two, support the additional funding formula weight for special education students who require a full-time dedicated aide. Three, consider ways to apply that new weight as broadly as possible. Finally, the use of a full-time dedicated aide is not limited to students with IEPs. Students with medical needs covered by a Section 504 plan who have successfully graduated from their IEPs may still require full-time one-to-one dedicated aide support. These students are not currently eligible for additional funding under the UPSFF formula. Thank you very much for your time, consideration, and support of students across the District of Columbia who can only access their learning with the assistance of a dedicated aide.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. Shanique Poole. Justin Lessick.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick, and I'm the Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School in Ward 5. Sojourner Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. We're a growing school, and we currently serve about 300 students in grades 6 through 11. Next year, we'll have our first ever graduating class of 12th graders. About 29% of students at Truth have a disability of some kind, and so oversight and equity are extremely important to us. Our classrooms are inclusive, and we're always assessing and adjusting our Tier 1 supports to make our lessons accessible to all students, whether they have disabilities or not. All of our current content classrooms at the middle school level are co-taught by 2 full-time teachers, a lead content teacher, and a lead special educator. And in many cases, our students don't even know which teacher is which because we emphasize inclusivity and small group instruction for all. We have the same 2-teacher model for ELA and math classes at the high school level. These 2 individuals co-plan lessons. Each teacher is intimately familiar with the goals and necessary accommodations for any and all students with an IEP. We find this to be extremely effective and beneficial for all of our students, and particularly for those with disabilities. And I believe it is the biggest reason that our proficiency scores for students with disabilities have been above state averages in both Park and Cape over the last few years. We regularly analyze data by subgroup to compare outcomes for our students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers. And we're proud to say that over each of the last 3 years, gaps have gotten smaller in both math and ELA between our beginning of year MAP tests and our end of year MAP test. We do the same analysis when it comes to reviewing disciplinary referrals and incident reports in order to identify if and when any disproportionality exists. Our biggest challenge when it comes to ensuring the highest possible academic outcomes for our students with disabilities has been finding the funds to staff as many classrooms as possible with this kind of model, a full-time special education co-teacher. We've also found it difficult to fund the hiring of full-time dedicated aides for our level 4 students that require an aide per their IEP. We, of course, always make the hire and provide the necessary aid, but it is very difficult to find high-quality aides at a salary that falls within the current UPSFF allotment for level 4 students with disabilities. With that in mind, I strongly recommend that additional funding is considered for students who require full-time dedicated aides or other one-to-one services. I know there's been discussion of like the concept of a level 5, and that seems to align with this recommendation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you all again for your ongoing support. I look forward to continued discussion and learning around the best ways to support our students with disabilities from all around the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lessick. Kenyatta Singleton.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and council members, for the opportunity to comment today as the council considers legislation related to the oversight of students with disabilities and advancing equity in special education. I am Kenyatta Singleton, the Director of Student Support Services at Appletree Early Learning Public Charter School. I have dedicated the past 24 years to serving students with disabilities. Appletree is a public charter school that serves children aged 3 to 5 with a mission to ensure that every child is ready to thrive in kindergarten and beyond. Our focus is on inclusive practices that provide accessible, evidence-based instruction for all students. Our teaching framework, Every Child Ready, is an evidence-based instructional model tailored for young children. We are a leader in providing evidence-based teaching and learning to 3- and 4-year-old children in the District of Columbia for over 20 years. However, we are seeing significant changes in the needs of the students entering our classrooms. This year alone, we've seen a 48% increase in the number of students with disabilities compared to just 4 years ago. This rise reflects a growing need for tailored intensive support for our students with disabilities, especially in the early years of their education. In response, we've added 2 self-contained classrooms within the last 2 years to serve students with more intensive needs. While we are committed to expanding services, we are all still constrained by limited resources. It's fair to say that all schools need additional support to meet the growing needs of families and children with disabilities. Apple Tree staff members have participated in the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula working group meetings for several years. A key issue that we face is the inadequacy of funding for special education services, particularly as related to the UPSFF. For many years, education advocates, including the late Mary Levy, raised concerns about the ability of the student funding formula to fully fund the needs of students with disabilities. Although the formula includes weights for students with disabilities, these weights do not reflect the full cost of individualized support and services required by students, especially those with more intensive needs. The UPSFF funding levels have not been updated to adequately reflect the increased costs associated with supporting students with disabilities, despite periodic adequacy studies that recommended higher funding levels. These gaps in funding disproportionately impact students with higher needs and hinder our ability to provide specialized instruction, therapy, and support. We urge the Council to revisit the Uniform Per Student Funding Formula with a focus on updating the funding weights for students with disabilities. These updates are important to ensuring that our schools, including public and charter schools, have the resources necessary to provide equitable access to quality education for all students. As a charter school, we are committed to doing everything in our power to meet the growing needs of students with disabilities, but we need additional support to do so effectively. This includes not only funding, but also greater flexibility in how we can allocate resources, build capacity, and offer professional development. An increase in funding would allow us to expand and improve our services for students who require intensive supports. In closing, we appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts with you. We encourage you to continue to talk with school leaders, teachers, advocates, and parents as you consider policy and additional regulations. I am confident that we will be able to ensure that all students, regardless of their abilities, receive the quality education that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singleton. Wanda Gregory. Elizabeth Torres.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the council. Thank you for holding this hearing on the critical topic of supporting students with disabilities. I am Dr. Elizabeth Torres. I'm a Ward 2 resident and the co-founder and CEO of Washington Global Public Charter School. Washington Global is a standalone middle school located in Ward 6 that was named a 2023 U.S. Department of Education National Blue Ribbon School. Our school provides students with a rigorous academic program, research-based academic intervention, and opportunities for students to authentically engage with their community and the world around them. Approximately 25% of our students receive special education services. Our results show that our approach to supporting students with disabilities is working. The 2024 DC CAPE showed that we had above average growth with this subgroup. Washington Global works hard to ensure that our academic program is constantly adapting to best meet the needs of our students with disabilities. We have employed several targeted strategies that have contributed to the academic growth of our students. These include intentional research-based academic interventions in math and reading. Students also engage in a secondary reading class and small group targeted high-impact tutoring. We also have a strong team teaching model that we are enhancing this school year with the support from a new partnership that is training our teachers to deliver high-impact lessons for all of our students inside the classroom. We offer a restorative approach to discipline, where our Dean of Students collaborates with our special education team to monitor students and look at potential root causes of any disciplinary issues. Regarding Bill 25-847's requirement that the mayor issues rules setting staff to student ratios for self-contained special education classrooms. As a school leader in a school with a self-contained classroom, I know firsthand that staffing decisions are complex and often depend on the individual needs of the specific students with disabilities in each classroom. This makes a one-size-fits-all staffing requirement impractical and inefficient. It is critical for the mayor and council to engage stakeholders, including educators, parents, advocates, and school leaders, to develop guidance that ensures any new regulations don't negatively impact students and schools. Supporting students with disabilities takes an intentional and coordinated effort to be successful, and challenges do remain. However, our biggest challenge is not creating a staffing model, but rather finding qualified staff. I urge council to focus efforts on further strengthening DC's approach to training and post-secondary programs that will result in additional qualified personnel to meet the individual needs of special education teams. Thank you for your time today and for holding this hearing on this important topic.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. Siobhan Saul.
Good afternoon, Council Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. My name is Saban Saul, and I am a proud parent of one young scholar that attends Capitol Hill Montessori in Ward 6. I also serve with Parents Amplifying Voices in Education on the Ward 6 Parent Leaders in Education Board and work as a K-12 bilingual public and charter school educator. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm excited to share my voice about Bill B-25847, Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024. And the need for increased options for specialized school programs available to students with special needs. The bill supports the vision of the DCPS Division of Specialized Instruction that states that students with disabilities become thriving, independent members of society who will contribute to their communities and fulfill their highest potential. The bill will support students with an individualized education program to exercise their right to remain in their initial placement feeder pattern school unless the programs available in the feeder pattern cannot support students' needs. Although this bill is a good and important step in the education landscape, I ask the committee create programs in the feeder pattern for scholars to be able to attend and learn in the community they call home in the District of Columbia. What can you do to bring the specialized programs and placements to DC? In my time as an educator and a parent, I have seen the impact of lack of access to specialized school programs for students with disabilities. I have seen families of students with disabilities have to move their students out of a feeder pattern and/or commute large distances to get access to specialized school programs that meet the needs of their student. As we build out a plan to keep students in their feeder pattern, it is essential that specialized school programming is easily accessible for the students with disabilities in these feeder patterns. If we want to fulfill DCPS Division of Specialized Instruction's vision to ensure students with disabilities thrive, it is crucial that we increase access to specialized school programs to fulfill this vision. Not only do we need to increase the options available to students with disabilities in a school, but we must also equip educators with the training they need to best support these students. What support will be provided to educators in self-contained classrooms that are above the student-to-teacher ratio? The bill discusses that the educator should alert stakeholders in writing of their plan. However, what support will be available to those educators as they navigate supporting a self-contained classroom with students of varying needs? I urge the council to consider what training and support will be available to educators as students progress through their school feeder pattern. It is key to equip educators with the professional development they may need to best serve students. I'm excited for the potential to create positive change that the bill proposes. However, I urge the council to support increased specialized school programs for students with disabilities and increased professional development for educators of students with disabilities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify what's needed for not just my child, but all kids in DC. Let's continue to do the work for all scholars in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saul. Rashida Young.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rashida Young, a Ward 5 resident, parent of 2 public school students, and partner for schools, talent, and racial equity investments at Education Forward DC. Ed Forward DC envisions a DC where students starting furthest from opportunity can chart their own path and thrive through high-quality, equitable education. We advance this vision by providing grants, offering advisory support, and fostering collaboration across schools and organizations to improve educational outcomes, aiming to double the number of schools providing high-quality, high-equity educational experiences. We appreciate the council's focus on supporting students with special education needs and commend DC's progress in this area. Notable efforts include the Office of the State Superintendent's Special Education Performance Report, which shines a light on each LEA's progress toward ensuring students with disabilities succeed, while helping identify what is working and where additional support and capacity for educators could be impactful. OSSE's Special Education Institute and the Inclusion and Inclusive Leadership Professional Learning Series also promise to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Additionally, the Special Education Hub at the Office of the Ombudsman provides vital support for families navigating these systems. Ed Forward DC is proud to invest in grantees advancing special education services. For example, one grantee, the Special Education Leader Fellowship, or SELF, has helped 9 schools improve academic outcomes through evidence-based practices like multi-tiered systems of support and universal design for learning. Similarly, the DC Special Education Cooperative's demonstration classrooms showcase effective practices, as we heard earlier, Julie describe in her testimony. And organizations like School Talk and Advocates for Justice and Education empower families and educators to collaborate effectively. However, these efforts alone are not enough. As others have shared in their testimonies today, only 9% of students with disabilities are on track for college and career readiness in ELA, and only 6% are on track in math, a decline since the pandemic. Leaders consistently highlight the need for more financial resources to implement impactful strategies fully. Key priorities include building capacity for educators to serve students with disabilities, increasing per pupil funding for high-need students, including a proposed Level 5 designation, developing pipelines for high-quality related service providers. Further uncertainty around federal funding for special education under the incoming administration makes local investment all the more urgent. By addressing these gaps, DC can become a national model for inclusive education and ensure all students receive the support they deserve. Thank you for your commitment to this critical work, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Kiana Lamans. I love technology. Ms. Lamans, you're up.
How you doing?
Okay.
Greenish. Thank you. Greenish Chairman, Committee of the Whole, and Committee Staff. My name is Quiana Lamont. I'm a paid parent leader, and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I want to thank you all for being here today and for your continued leadership in the city. I am excited to be here today to share with you all the importance of improving special education across the district. I have 2 fantastic children with IEPs. Their educational needs and journey are what motivated me to testify today. I am here to advocate for the following: increased support services for students with IEP across all schools, rethinking our approach to IEP goals. Every year, my 10-year-olds struggle with reading and writing. Each year, students have set goals as a part of their IEP plan. However, the plans to reach these goals are often vague, and the goals end up not being met at the end of the year. leaving our children with disabilities falling behind academically. In order to prevent our disabled children from slipping further behind each year, a new strategy is needed. Children must be required to receive weekly spelling words assessment and writing projects in order for the teachers to see how well their students are progressing in reading and writing. A support team should be developed to strategize within 2 days on how to improve the students' weekly test scores after the teachers have written a report on the pupils with low test scores. This ought to be a requirement. No children with disability education should be abandoned. I am here to ask the council to consider what can be done to rethink our goal setting process. I believe that implementing a quarterly evaluation of goal process will make a positive impact on our students' outcome. The quarterly evaluation allows the IEP team to adjust the goals plan to better fit the student needs and ultimately to achieve the goals they had laid out. It is important that there is some level of accountability for the students and members of the team, IEP team, and to ensure that those goals are actually being met. At the end of the day, the goal is for our students to be successful. I have watched and supported my students throughout their educational journey, and I am proud of all they have accomplished. I firmly believe that increasing access to support services and rethinking goal settings will lead to increased positive outcomes not only for my children, but for children across the district. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today. Today, I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Lamont. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, please.
Yes, I will.
Latia Loring and Cassandra Matthews. I don't think they are here. I have a couple of questions. We'll do a 5-minute round because there's another council member here. Mr. Rodriguez, regarding St. Coletta's, if you are willing to share or if you have the answer, you said at the end of your testimony, while this funding, that is the 2.2 million that the council added, while this funding did not fully cover the costs of dedicated aides at St. Coletta, it helped. What would you estimate is the full cost? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was so eager to answer that I jumped at it. I can actually provide you with some with the actual cost that connect pretty exactly with what was recommended in the adequacy study. What's recommended, and these numbers would cover our costs, for a level 4 student who then would move to the newly created level 5, the cost to reimburse us for the aid, there's 2 components to it. The aid for the regular school year, we would receive an additional $42,864 per student. And then students who participate in extended school year, there'd be additional $5,999 provided. So that totals $48,863 in additional funding for students who qualify for level 5, which would mean that they're already qualified for level 4 and they have a dedicated aide for 24 or more hours a week. So the total amount required depends each year upon how many students require one-on-ones. For instance, in FY24, we had 116 students that would have qualified. The funding for 116 students beyond what we already received would be $5.7 million, roughly. This year, we have 132 students who require one-to-one aides. So the funding that would be required to meet that gap would be $6.4 million. So I think that indicates, or at least I hope it indicates, the level of underfunding that we as one LEA have experienced.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Camerata. I would like you to say more about this State Advisory Panel on Special Education. My sense is that this is a requirement of the federal law.
That's right.
You said that it recently met?
Yeah, we've been, according to our bylaws, we need to have quarterly meetings. So we have been doing the meetings, but we don't have a quorum, so we really can't do official business.
And what about the most recent meeting? No quorum?
No, there are only 4 of us left.
And do you know, are these mayoral appointments without council confirmation?
That's a good question. I think it's without council confirmation,
Well, you
but I'm
were
not.
You were appointed. Was a resolution submitted to the council for you? You would remember our hearings are very frightening.
I don't think so then. No. I think we it's like a cattle call of all of the appointees for different boards and commissions. And that's all we have participated in.
And so the commission has been meeting, or the panel, the advisory panel, has been meeting quarterly, but just without a quorum. And then not
Yes.
doing, and then what do you do? Just like meet and say hello and then that's it because there's not a quorum?
No, well, we ask OSSI. OSSI has to get feedback on its annual APR reporting, so they will present to us. And I think then they can say that they've received feedback, but we can't do any votes or anything like that. So we're really just a true advisory panel. There's no voting involved, but we can't even accept minutes, that kind of normal business functions we can't do.
And the panel has been meeting quarterly?
Yeah.
Okay. And most recently met?
On Monday evening.
Which was scheduled a long time ago.
No, that's also been another challenge, is getting a schedule of events and getting them up on the website so that they can be viewed by the public.
So when did you learn of the November 18th meeting?
I'd have to check my emails, but we have an OSSI liaison who reached out to help us with scheduling, and that was probably like 3 weeks ago, or two or 3 weeks ago.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Councilmember Henderson has joined us. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. I was here earlier, but I had to step away during that panel, and so I didn't have an opportunity to speak. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening today's hearing to discuss both my bill as well as the state of special education in the district more broadly. I believe that this deeper conversation on special education is overdue, and I look forward to the important discussions that we have today. I want to express my gratitude first to the educators and the parents who spoke on the earlier panels and who were transparent about the challenges that they have faced. It's kind of heartbreaking to hear the number of educators who have degrees and training in special education who have decided to leave special education classrooms because they did not feel like they can continue in the work in our current environment. It is through conversations with those educators, with some of these educators, that I introduced the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act, and I was joined by Council members Robert White, Pinto, Louis George, and Zachary Parker. The bill was to ensure that students with special needs who have individualized education programs retain the right to remain at their designated feeder pattern unless the school in that feeder pattern is unable to meet their needs. Should a student with IEP be placed outside of their feeder pattern, the legislation mandates that the IEP team receive a written explanation and rationale for the move. Furthermore, the bill directs the executive to establish clear standards for staff to student ratios and self-contained special education classrooms. And if these are exceeded, local education agencies must notify teachers, parents, and administrators detailing what additional resources and personnel would be allocated to meet each student's needs. Again, all of the components of this legislation came out of conversations with either special education teachers as well as parents in the system who have felt like they have been yelling and screaming and fighting back in silence, and no one was hearing them. I think for some of these things, it's kind of common sense. I think you heard from some educators earlier who, if you have a couple of young people in your classroom who are known to be runners, but in your classroom now you have 16 kids in the class and only 2 adults, maybe 16 is fine, but give me some additional support, and that's simply not happening. I appreciate the public witnesses who have testified earlier. I wanted to ask a question to Ms. Camerata, if she's still here. I think the last time we had a special education hearing, there was a lot of conversation around evaluations and LEAs having difficulty meeting the timelines because they couldn't find either specialists or someone to do those evaluations. And I'm curious, from the collectives or cooperative standpoint, has that improved?
That's a great question. We haven't asked our schools recently. I'd be happy to do a poll for you. They haven't surfaced that, but I don't think that that means that it's not a challenge. There's just bigger challenges that they are, struggling with, such as implementing special programs. And, it's the fire closest to the door that we mostly hear about. So I think, Kenyatta is from Apple Tree. I'm sure she'd be happy to give you one LEA's perspective on that as well.
That'd be great. If Ms. Singleton is still here. Or even Ms. Torres from Washington Global.
Kenyatta's here.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
It was around timeliness in terms of evaluation. So last time we had a special education hearing, one of the things we heard from LEAs was that they were having difficulty finding folks to be able to complete the evaluations in a timely manner. And I was just wondering whether or not that had improved.
I will have to say, at Apple Tree, that is not one of our concerns. We're consistent with our contractors, and so we have not had any issues with not having providers to complete evaluations. I'm thinking about services as it relates to maybe like physical therapy and social workers. That has been a challenge for us this year, but we're able to complete our evaluations timely.
Great. Ms. Torres?
We at Washington Global, we don't have issues with completing our evaluations timely either. We have contractors. We've been open for about 10 years, so we have contractors who we've consistently worked with for the past few years who are reliable and consistent.
Great. What about, though, for the issues of finding an actual provider? Social workers, PT, OT?
So we have contractors for those as well. We have one in-house full-time social worker who's been with us for about 7 years, and she's a staff member at Washington Global. And then we contract out another part-time social worker, a school psychologist, an OT PT, typically from 2 different companies, but we've been working with those companies for a few years now, and they're reliable, consistent, and the staffing is good. The one issue is dedicated aides are, that's a challenge, is getting a high quality dedicated aid.
Yeah.
I will share for Apple Tree, as it relates to service and service providers, that is a challenge for us this year, even with the consistent contractors that we have. They're not always able to meet the needs for services. So we do at this year social workers, as well as some years speech pathologists, and then also a physical therapist. And it looks like I just got an email about a psychologist. So yes, that is a challenge for us.
Okay. I mean, I feel like this is a growing challenge in terms of when you have individuals who enter into private practice, or at least from the social work or psychologist standpoint, You can earn more in a virtual environment, as opposed to, specifically those who are trained to deal with young people.
Even the special education teachers and general education teachers as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm over my time. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, you giving me a little latitude there. I know we have a longer witness list to go, but thank you all for being here and for the work that you do. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you to each of the witnesses. And I'm going to call the next group. Emily Patel. Victoria Biancavilla. Stephanie Maltz. Chrysanth Kourniaks. Was I online? Okay. Sharon Boone Ruffin. Gregory Lee. Caroline Pryor. She's with Empower Ed. Kelly Ucken. Taisha Andrews. Dakota Cruz. Ronald Williams. Andrea Jones. Online? Yes. Michael Bethay. Vernice Event. Nikisha Pearson. Nicole Preston. President and CEO of Special Olympics. And Todd Gluckman. Okay, it's nice to see somebody in person. I'm going to start it back at the beginning. Emily Patel, I believe, is not here. Victoria Biancavilla.
Thank you. Chair Mendelson and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Victoria Biancavilla. I'm a medical student in DC, constituent of Councilmember Brooke Pinto in Ward 2, and a member of the DC chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here today on behalf of the DC AAP to express support of the advancing. I've worked with children with disabilities both before and during medical school, and I come from a family of teachers. I'd like to start by telling you the story of one of our members' patients, a young boy with autism attending a DC public school. He had an IEP that called for an all-day special education setting. However, the patient's school failed to implement his IEP properly, and he remained in a general education classroom with limited support. Given this lack of support, after some time, the child experienced a moment of crisis in school, causing the school to have the student relocated to a more restrictive setting outside the public school system. This situation led to unnecessary missed educational time, emotional stress for the student and family, and multiple changes in environment, which is especially taxing for a child with autism. This case highlights the harm done to children with special needs when they are not offered a consistent, supportive learning environment. As current and future pediatricians, we care deeply about our patients' educational success, as we know that education is one of the most important social determinants of health. Children from marginalized communities and children with disabilities in DC have lower educational achievement, higher chronic absenteeism, and lower graduation rates than their peers. This bill would help support the educational success of children in DC. Part of optimizing a learning environment is maintaining stability in a child's education by minimizing transitions between schools. Stability is especially important for children with special needs who thrive in consistent environments where they can build longitudinal relationships with a team who learns how to best serve their needs. However, the benefits of school stability cannot be reaped if the child is not attending school. In DC, about 53% of students with disabilities have chronic absenteeism, compared to the overall rate in the district of about 44%. While the causes of chronic absenteeism are complicated and multifactorial, in our experience, inadequate school support is an important contributor. Many of our families of children with special needs describe students being sent home for behavioral issues rooted in unmet academic or mental health needs. We feel that by improving staff to student ratio standards, this bill will help improve attendance rates for our most at-risk students. We appreciate the committee's attention to this important issue. This bill is an excellent step towards improving educational success for our students with special needs. Though putting this bill into action may require an investment of time and money, we believe that improving staffing ratios will reduce burnout and lessen attrition of special education teachers, in turn creating a more stable and consistent environment for students, and lessening transitions between schools for students in special education will improve their academic and health outcomes. In the interest of time, I ask you to refer to my written testimony for more information. Thank you to all of you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. Stephanie Maltz, I believe, is not here. Chrysanth Kurniats.
Hello, council member. Can you come back to me? I'm in the middle of picking up my daughter.
Yes.
Thank you.
It won't be very long, but yes, I'll call you
Okay.
again.
Thank you.
Sharon Boone Ruffin.
Hello, Chair Member Mendelson and members of the DC Council. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and paid Ward 8 Citywide PLE Board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hopes Holston Public Charter Academy parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and educator. I'm excited by the potential positive impact that Bill 25847 would have on students with disabilities. However, I'm here today to urge the council to consider two major areas of importance: extending staff to student ratio caps to general education classrooms, placing paraprofessionals or specialists in each classroom to support teachers. As an educator and as a parent of a child with the IEP, I see the impact of large classroom sizes, and so do they. With both of my daughter's class sizes at 28, however, my youngest daughter went from a class size of 11 last year to a new school with a class size of 28 kindergarten students. She has noticed the difference in sharing that she simply states, "It's too many kids, mommy, and I'm the only one that can read." Large class sizes make it more difficult for a single educator to provide one-on-one support to students, both with and without IEPs. As an educator, my own classroom is filled with students with IEPs or students that are struggling with content or even second language learners. Capping the number of students in classrooms will allow me to spend more time with each student, regardless of their needs. Creating a standard student to staff ratio would benefit self-contained classrooms. I urge council to think about the positive impact that the standard staff to student ratio in general education classrooms will have, not only to students with special needs, but on all students in the classroom. Again, as an educator, I wear many hats, work hard to ensure that all my students' needs are being met. I diligently attend professional developments and implement the content into my curriculum. When discussing how to better serve students with IEPs and increase training is always the top of the discussion. While increasing access to professional development can be helpful, the constant change of pedagogy, hours spent, leads to a faster teacher burnout. What I believe more helpful would be to ensure teachers have paraprofessionals as well as specialists in their classroom to help provide support to IEP students and to all students. Having a behavioral health specialist or behavioral specialist will also allow me to focus on content while ensuring that students that require additional support receive their needs and that their needs are met. A paraprofessional could assist with small group instruction and so much different things. Professional development is important. However, at the end of the day, again, additional educators are needed in the classroom to assist the teacher, especially with the high classroom size. I'm dedicated in helping to each student fulfill their destiny. And and each student is, they're different in their learning process. So I'm thankful for this opportunity and I welcome any and all questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could provide a copy of your statement, please.
Will do.
Gregory Lee, I think, is not here. Caroline Pryor.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the lead organizer at Empower Ed. I joined today's hearing with a packet of testimonies for the record from our educators who are unable to attend today's hearing. These educators, many of them special educators, are committed partners with families in the education and support of our special education students. I highly encourage you to consider their testimonies as you adjust the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Bill and as you consider necessary adjustments for special education oversight and resources. I want to begin with the bill on the table, the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Bill. We fully support this bill and also have suggestions to strengthen it further. The bill's provision to prioritize a student's by-right feeder pattern will go a long way towards establishing clarity and stability for students. A component in many student IEPs is to clearly communicate schedules and plans well in advance. This is jeopardized for families who lack stability in their child's educational progression because they are not currently guaranteed the right to remain in their feeder pattern. LEAs can and should communicate changes to a student's right to remain in feeder patterns clearly and quickly to families, which strengthens the ability of educators to act as partners without jeopardizing personal relationships between parents and teachers. We also support the establishment of a citywide staff-to-student ratio for self-contained classrooms. Self-contained classrooms have higher resource needs, including higher staffing needs, and we must set a floor to support these classrooms. However, it's not enough to direct the executive to establish a ratio. We suggest that the bill clearly outline a ratio as informed by teacher feedback, rather than leave the ratio to be decided at a later date. Moreover, in order to maintain a low student-staff ratio, we should further invest in special educator recruitment and retention. For example, we should actively work to increase the number of participants in OSSE's teacher apprenticeship program. Currently, this program has capacity of just 55, with about a third of participants in the special education concentration. We hope you'll consider other supports for special education which are not covered by this bill. Empower Ed has heard from our educators that special education coordinators make a huge difference in managing workloads for special educators. We should invest in support positions like aides and ensure each school has a special education coordinator who can help manage and distribute caseloads, better serving both students and educators. Additionally, the city can make better use of data collected at the Office of the Student Advocate, using themes from family feedback to identify the most common gaps in support for special education students and devise policies and investments to close those gaps. As the city prepares for a hostile federal administration, we also have to recognize that special education students may be especially vulnerable. And should federal protections be imperiled, we must concretize protections, rights, and protocols at the local level. Educators in the city look forward to collaborating with families and policymakers to create systems that truly support every student now and in the future. We can accomplish more together and urge you to listen to the suggestions of the teachers. Thank you for your time.
We do not have your statement, and attached to that will be these educator.
Yes.
Until we have those.
The educators should be in. We're also planning to drop off a paper copy tomorrow. And I believe I turned in my statement, but I can do so again.
Do so again. Thank you. Kelly Okun, I think, is not here, president of DC Acts. Taisha Andrews.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Ty Andrews. I'm a Ward 8 resident and proud parent of 2 boys that attend Mary H. Plummer Elementary and McKinley Technology High Schools. I'm also a parent leader with PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, as well as a citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member and first vice president for the McKinley Technology Educational Campus PTO. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm excited to share my voice about special education and advancing equality in special education protocols. My testimony today will be short and sweet, as I am sure the council prefers, because I am in full agreement. I'm honestly surprised that such a legislation has not yet been enacted. I believe that it is important that all students are able to go to schools that can serve their needs, help them to become the best versions of themselves, and are schools that are geographically convenient. My two sons have had different educational experience when it comes to access to schools that serve their needs and geographic convenience. My eldest son, Amari, who is now thriving as a 10th grader at McKinley Tech, had a difficult path to finding a school and community that best serves his and celebrates his needs. His initial feeder pattern school was not a school that I would send my child to for personal reasons, so I placed him in a charter school near our home, Septima Clark. This school ended up being a great fit for my son, but it ultimately closed after his first year, which required us to find a new school for him. His second school did not fit his needs and made it extremely difficult to transfer him to another school. Being a part of a school that could not properly support my son had a negative impact on his academic and social experience. Ultimately, we were able to send him to Jefferson Middle Academy and then McKinley Tech High, both schools that celebrate and support his needs, and he is now thriving. My youngest son, Terrence Jr., has been able to stay in his placement school, although it is out of boundary for us. Being able to stay with the same school community has had a positive impact on my son and his learning experiences, as he has built strong relationships with teachers and peers. The difference in my two sons' educational journeys is what pushes me to advocate for expanded access to support services for students with IEPs and to advocate for the passage of Bill B 25-847, Advancing Equality in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2004. Increasing access to support services at schools throughout the district will allow students to stay both in boundary and in their feeder patterns. Staying in boundary allows students to access schools that are more geographically accessible. Remaining in their feeder pattern throughout their educational journey also allows a student to build strong and enduring relationships with peers and school staff, which is a positive impact on their learning outcomes. As it stands, not all schools are able to serve students with IEPs properly. By increasing access to support services at these schools, you will allow students like my sons to learn and grow in a community closer to home. I'm excited for the potential for positive change that this bill presents, not only for my sons, but for students all across the district. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Dakota Cruz, I think, is not here. Ronald Williams, I think, is not here. Andrea Jones.
Yes, I'm here, Councilman.
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Council of the Whole. My name is Andrea Jones, a Ward 8 parent, and I'm here today as a parent of 3 children with disabilities who have faced significant barriers with our education system. While I'm happy to see Bill 24847 regarding self-contained classrooms, it is much needed and a great first step. I would like to share my personal experience regarding our special education system. I want to share a little bit about my son's journey. Now, I have multiple examples of how the education system did not approve appropriate support for my children. You name the topic, I have a story for it. But I'll discuss this most recent one because it's the most egregious. My son is bright and capable, and he was diagnosed with autism. We went through the early stages process to be placed in a DCPS school. He was placed in a self-contained classroom and was doing well academically. He became verbal thanks to a dedicated teacher who was able to work with him and meet his needs. She explained that he would grow academically if he was placed into a gen ed classroom because he was more academically advanced than his peers in the self-contained, and I hesitantly agreed. But that's when everything went downhill when we started the transition. The transition protocol was not done appropriately. DCPS specialized instruction has someone who is supposed to help the school and the teacher transition students from self-contained to general ed, and he or she, we don't know, was not available. So that left the teacher to do a transition that she was just not familiar with. She tried her best. She did what she could, but She had to rely on other special education support like the OT and the SLP to assist with that transition. Of course, because this transition was not done appropriately, we saw an increase in maladaptive behaviors. And so I assumed that the next school year that we will address that using a BIP, which is a behavior plan or things like that, only to be told during my triennial, the psychologist said he did not qualify for an IEP anymore. Not only did she say she did not qualify, that my son did not qualify for an IEP, the psychologist was actually very combative during the IEP meeting. I was able to get support from a lawyer from Children's Law Center, who they're a great resource there. And by the end of the school year, we were able to get his IEP back. However, he spent the majority of the school year without an IEP or any support. So of course, he regressed, behavior regressed, and his academics regressed. I witnessed him falling behind academically. This is not because of his lack of ability, but because of the support he needed to thrive had been removed from him. And when it was returned towards the end of the following school year, it was inconsistently delivered and entirely unavailable. While I recognize the efforts that many of the education administrators have given to my son, our experience has highlighted systemic challenges that prevent students like my child from achieving their full potential. And I've detailed them in my written statement that I've submitted, but inconsistent implementation of the IEP, staff shortages, limited access to resource, and communication challenges. I urge the council to prioritize the following actions, again, that I will not go into detail. I have detailed them in my written testimony, but increase accountability for IEP implementation, invest in educator training and retention, expand access to specialized resources, and enhance parent-school collaboration. In closing, I want to emphasize that addressing these barriers is a matter of equity and moral imperative. Every child, regardless of ability, deserves the opportunity to succeed. As a parent, I am not here for my child, but for all caregivers who cannot be here, who struggle with getting appropriate support for their children with disabilities in the district, who are waiting for improvements in the special education system. I also want to emphasize that I do not want my story or other parents' stories as one-offs. This is a systemic issue that has been here in DC for years that has not been addressed. Thank you for listening to my story and for your commitment to our community. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide further insight into my experience.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And I do have your statement. Michael Bethay, I think, is not here, and Vernice Event, I think, is not here. And Nikisha Person, I think, is not here. But Nicole Preston is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nicole Preston, President and CEO of Special Olympics DC, also DC native and daughter of 2 DC public school educators for 35 years each. I'm here to speak on behalf of Special Olympics DC and the critical role we play in serving students with intellectual and developmental disabilities on IEPs in our schools. We are the sole provider of sports, health, and inclusion programs that benefit more than 2,500 children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities in the district. We serve this population through 5 primary programs, 11 sport trainings and competitions year-round for ages 8 and above, our Unified Champions School program that works to build more inclusive school climates in 50 DC public, charter, and private schools, Healthy Athletes program that provides free health screenings to address the health disparities youth with IDD face, our Athlete Leadership program, which helps youth become leaders to better advocate for themselves, and our Young Athletes program for ages 2 to 7 that helps develop motor skills. All of these services are provided at no cost to participants and their families. Special Olympics DC is proud to be the sole provider of physical education for DC Public Schools youth with disabilities during the school day in approximately 40 schools. For many of these students, our programming is their only opportunity to engage in structured physical activity, making our work not just valuable, but essential to their health and well-being. In fact, access to physical activity for this population is generally required by law. Students with IDD face unique challenges, including an increased risk of obesity, cardiovascular disease, and other health concerns. So regular physical activity is not just beneficial, it is critical to addressing these risks. Our programs help students build strength, coordination, and confidence, laying the groundwork for lifelong health. The impact of physical education extends beyond health. Research from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention shows that students who are physically active tend to have better grades, improved memory and cognitive performance, stronger school attendance, and more positive classroom behaviors. These benefits are universal and highlight how physical education supports the holistic success of all students, including those with IDD. Our program is also beneficial to non-IDD students who participate in our program because they develop empathy and learn the value of inclusivity, which helps reduce the bullying that many of our students face in schools. As the council deliberates on this important topic, we urge you to also consider the significance of ensuring consistent access to physical education and sports programming through Special Olympics DC. Our programs align with IEP goals, providing students with vital opportunities for inclusion, skill building, and social development. All IDD students deserve access, and we want to partner with the district to reach them. Special Olympics DC is committed to the success of all students, and we believe physical education is a cornerstone of their growth, academically, socially, and physically. To do that and to meet the federal mandate, we respectfully seek an opportunity to meet with you to discuss funding. We know that we can serve more students and serve them better with support from the DC government. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to serving all of DC students. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide any additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Preston. I may have some questions for you. Let me call Todd Gluckman next. Todd Gluckman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'm a partner at Terrace, Pravlik & Millian, a public interest law firm in DC. We represent the plaintiff preschoolers in DL versus District of Columbia, class action lawsuit against the district regarding the failure to timely provide required special education services to young children. In 2016, the federal court found the district liable for violating the children's rights and issued an injunction requiring systemic improvements. We work regularly with OSSI and DCPS in our role monitoring their performance related to the injunction, and I'm here to provide 3 comments related to Section 105 of the Act at issue. First, while Section 105 is focused on a notice of self-contained special education classrooms that exceed the required student-to-staff ratio that would be set, it does not address a similar problem of self-contained classrooms that lack a certified special education teacher. Each year, at least some self-contained classrooms have full-time substitute teachers with while schools attempt to identify certified special education teachers. We ask that the law include a similar notice requirement when a self-contained classroom will not have a certified self-contained teacher, just like the notice that's required with regard to deviation from the student-to-staff ratio. Notice related to this issue should be given as soon as possible, and in the event that it is expected prior to school that a self-contained class will lack a certified special education teacher, parents should be informed in advance whenever that absence is going to be. If they know that this absence is forthcoming, parents should be notified in advance. The law should require that parents be informed when such events occur, how quickly they will be resolved, and what will occur in the meantime. It's important to keep in mind that many children in these classrooms are nonverbal or have cognitive disabilities that make it unlikely that they would or even could communicate to their parents the absence of a regular teacher. Second, we ask that Section 105 be amended to require that IEP meetings be timely held to determine if compensatory education is needed to provide students with FAPE. Such a provision would complement the proposed notice by helping to ensure that issues are rectified as much and as soon as possible after the fact and after the notice goes through. Finally, we're concerned that some may infer from Section 105 that compliance with the notice requirement may immunize LEAs from any action related to the denial of FAPE caused by exceeding the required ratio or any period without a full-time special education teacher. To avoid any such misinterpretation, we ask that it be made clear that compliance with the notice requirement is not a defense to the denial of FAPE. Thank you for your attention to these comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gluckman. Chrysanth Kourniaks, who I believe is also goes by CC, are you still here?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm back.
You're up.
Okay. Thank you for having this meeting. I'm attending as a public witness, but as you know, I'm also an ANC commissioner in Ward 4. And I'm here today to speak about a very personal issue because I relatively recently adopted my daughter who has both physical and emotional special needs. And my daughter was in the foster system, and it was a foster to adoption situation. And I was able to, from very early on, when I took her in to my home at 6 months old, I was able to advocate and ensure that she became a part of the Strong Start program at 11 months old. And she really thrived in combination with getting a placement at what's called the Spanish Education Development Center, which is a daycare, private daycares located in Ward 4. And after the adoption, I understood that the Aussie voucher would only run for a certain number of months, and then a payment of the daycare would then transfer to the agency and then to myself if I decided to do that. And in my gut, I wanted to have that choice to keep my daughter at the said center where she seemed to be thriving. But at the same time, I understood the pros and cons of potentially transitioning her to a pre-K3, pre-K4 school within DCPS. And through the lottery system and through my research, I decided to enroll her in a early learning center, specifically Military Road Early Learning Center, which I can't say enough good things about because of its size, because all of the services she needs are on site. But again, given her special needs, in some cases, there are days where I feel like, would her emotional regulation be less triggered if she was still at the said center where she seemed to be thriving. Like I always try to second guess myself, but then at the same time, I didn't really have a choice from being a single mother with a special needs child financially to continue enrolling her at the said center, which would have been a cost to me. And she wouldn't have received all of the services that she's receiving within her pre-K3 school as well. But I'm here today because I feel as though, I grew up in a family of educators. My dad was a high school teacher for the city I grew up in Massachusetts for 40 years. My uncle was president of a college for over 35 years. And all I remember is that we had a school board where our, students, teachers would advocate, would be invited to advocate, and there was oversight, that of what was being decided and how our children were educated. And, everyone would say, oh, I'm going to move to Long Meadow because even though the taxes are higher, the school system is better. I grew up in another city in Western Mass, but my point is that I think it's difficult, even in an ideal situation, where all of the parents' expectations, depending on resources that the parents have at home, we don't know what's happening behind closed doors and in certain situations. And I guess my point is that I think as a city, as a community, we should try to ensure that if our children are not getting what they need per se in their DCPS public school, which again is not the case for my daughter, why aren't there agreements or arrangements or contracts with certain private or even public daycare centers which offer pre-K3, pre-K4? Why aren't there certain spots available within DCPS for those students? Because maybe the class size is too large, or certain things of that nature. In addition, I would recommend, I just recently attended what's called basically a conference of parents with children who may or may not be on the autism spectrum. And the woman who started this group, Diane Gould, is just a phenomenal resource. I'm not saying she is the be all end all of, autism advocates, but I guess my point is she offers training, support to school systems, etc. So is it possible to get
Yeah, I
that?
have to interrupt you. You're 3 minutes over your time.
Okay, I apologize, sir, but I guess I'm saying there are resources that we could potentially contract with to close the gap of these needs for our children.
Thank you. And if you want to give us your statement in writing, that would be helpful. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries. Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions. Ms. Preston, thank you for being here in person. So Special Olympics gets funding from a number of sources. Do you get funding from the DC government?
Not at this time, other than particular grant, an out-of-school time grant, and funding through Events DC or those things, but not necessarily the government directly.
So the programming, other than out of school time, the programming that you provide to DC students is on your own nickel.
Yes, absolutely.
Um,
During the school time, which is the vast majority of our programming. We do that throughout the year, every year, and have done so in our 53rd year here.
And so then you make arrangements with specific schools?
Yes.
And don't work through, in the case of DCPS Central. It's not.
We do as well, but Central doesn't sort of mandate that we work with any particular schools. It's sort of a back and forth, if you will, that we try to implement the programming with the schools with the approval of the local principal and administrators to take it on.
And so it'd be similar on the charter side.
Yes.
That you work directly with the schools.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Gluckman, you still have a role in monitoring as a result of the case from 2016?
That's correct. This case and the injunction will continue until the district hits certain benchmarks over a period of years, showing the court that the District of Columbia has achieved sustained compliance with the requirements of the injunction, and the district has not hit those benchmarks. So we meet on a regular basis with OSSI and DCPS, and we'll continue to work with them on these monitoring issues.
And then do you file reports periodically with the court?
Generally speaking, it is just the District of Columbia that files reports with the court. They filed one just this last, I believe it was October 14th or 15th. They file a report every 6 months. The report annually includes numerical information. The report every 6 months also includes certain programmatic information about how they're performing. And the performance levels now show increases in the percentage of children being served, preschoolers qualifying for special education and being identified and receiving services. Still deficient numbers of students receiving timely eligibility determinations, and smooth and effective transitions from Part C to Part B services at age 3. This last report from October didn't include the data information related to those timeliness benchmarks because of the problems related to their new database, the PowerSchool special programs database. But as of last year's data, it showed them in the range of, depending on the number, something like 80% or 70% of timely determinations or transitions.
And the benchmark, I assume, is in the 90s?
95%, and for the benchmark related to students receiving services, preschoolers, the court set a benchmark of 8.5%, and as of the last 2 periods, the District of Columbia has represented that it's hit or exceeded that benchmark. And to achieve sustained compliance, you need to meet all benchmarks over a period of years.
And the case that you are involved in, it only deals with preschoolers?
That's correct. It's just 3 to 5-year-olds.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you. Don't go away. Councilmember Henderson, if you're still here, do you have any questions?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any particular questions for this panel, but Ms. Preston, I did get your email and we will respond.
All right, thank you. So thank you to each of the witnesses, the one in person, you get a gold star for being in person, and the ones who are online. Thank you. That's going to conclude the non-government testimony. I'm going to take like a 5-minute, 8-minute, 4:20. We'll start at 4:20. So we're going to recess for about, if my math is correct, 8 minutes. Why don't we get back together? Corey Colgan, Chief Office of Teaching and Learning, DC Public Schools. I'm going to have you all come up, I think. 1, 2, 3. There are only 4 seats. Yeah. I think we'll still try all 5. Regina Grimmett, Senior Deputy Chief, Specialized Instruction, DC Public Schools. Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, Executive Director, Public Charter School Board. Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, Interim Superintendent, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. If you could pull up a 5th chair. Victoria Glick, Director of Special Education, Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I might have said I wasn't going to do it. He might have said I was going to say I wasn't going to do that, but I feel like doing it. But we're one government. Well, a couple of people nodded. Okay, doing well here. I think what I'll do is have each of you testify and then we'll have questions. So are you okay with the order, Ms. Colgan, Ms. Grimmett, Dr. Walker Davis, Dr. Mitchell, and Ms. Glick? Ms. Colgan, you're up.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. I am Corey Colgan, Chief of the Office of Teaching and Learning at the District of Columbia Public Schools. I have worked in a variety of roles in education over the last 25 years as a classroom teacher, school administrator, and at DCPS Central Services since 2009. Our office provides educators with curricular resources, academic programs, and aligned professional development to ensure rigorous and joyful learning experiences for every student. Our office includes 5 divisions that directly support students and schools: content and curriculum, extended learning and academic recovery, language access, professional learning, and specialized instruction. These divisions provide services to schools like the creation of curricular materials, oversight of after-school programs, the identification of multilingual learners through the DCPS Welcome Center, and staffing of related service providers in schools. I am joined today by my colleague, Regina Grimmett, Senior Deputy Chief of the Division of Specialized Instruction at DCPS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the topic of education for students with special needs and B 25-0847, the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024. Today, I want to 1, provide an overview of our approach to special education services, 2, discuss trends we are seeing as a system, 3, highlight our Early Stages Center, and 4, name specific areas where we are looking to improve, and 5, discuss the legislation in question. DCPS provides a range of special education services to students informed by DCPS's equity imperative that there is a critical need to eliminate barriers to success for students furthest from opportunity, and the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Amendment Act, or IDEA. Educators at DCPS provide inclusive supports within the classroom, teach students in small groups outside the classroom, and provide intensive supports to students with higher levels of need in self-contained classrooms. DCPS educators provide behavioral support services, speech-language therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy, audiology and vision services, mental health supports, and assistive technology. DCPS also operates Early Stages, an evaluation center serving the entire city that identifies developmental delays and disabilities in young children who are not yet in school and evaluates students who are homeschooled through its private and religious office. DCPS believes that all students will benefit from including students who receive special education services in a general education setting to the greatest extent possible. This belief is consistent with the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which mandates that students be educated in the least restrictive environment. DCPS follows a process outlined in federal and local law to determine eligibility for special education services. Parents, guardians, or people familiar with a student who believe the student has a disability may refer them for an evaluation. The family, educators, and other school staff collaboratively examine academic data, formal evaluations, observations, and determine whether the student has a qualifying disability. If the team determines that the student has a disability which impacts their ability to access the curriculum, the team creates an individualized education program, or IEP. That IEP will specify the amount and types of services that a student will receive, as well as the setting in which those services will be delivered. These services can include support within the general education classroom, services outside of the classroom, and related services like speech language and occupational therapy. Based on the IEP and the decision of the IEP team, some students are placed in a self-contained classroom if their needs are determined to be significant enough to warrant such a placement. Every student in a self-contained classroom has an IEP with a significant level of support, and the classrooms are designed to support the intensive needs of the student. Today, DCPS is providing special education services to more students and to students with higher needs, i.e. more hours on their IEPs and more extensive services than ever before. The number of students receiving special education services at DCPS has increased by 25% since a decade ago, outpacing enrollment growth. DCPS provided services to about 6,600 students in school year 2013 to 2014, and about 8,300 students in school year 23-24. Today, 16% of DCPS students receive special education services compared to 14% a decade ago. And during last school year, DCPS educated 2,400 students in self-contained classrooms. DCPS has expanded the services available to students and is evaluating more students, leading to a higher number of students receiving special education services within the system. Specifically, 3 trends are driving the increase. First, DCPS's enrollment has increased 10% over the last decade. More families are choosing DCPS for their students, and this includes more families of students who qualify for services. Second, DCPS is now serving more students who were previously educated in placements at private schools. For many years, DCPS paid for students with profound disabilities to attend private schools. These private or non-public placements occurred when it was determined that DCPS could not meet a student's needs within the system. Now, we are pleased to say that more and more students are being educated within DCPS, and the number of private placements has declined by 60% over the last 8 years. Non-public placements are expensive, and educating students within the system is a financially responsible approach for DCPS. Finally, more children between the ages of 3 and 5 are being found eligible by early stages than before the pandemic. Since the pandemic, early stages is finding approximately 300 more students eligible for special education services than in the years before the pandemic. More information about these trends is available in your packet. Early stages is a special responsibility that DCPS has as the school system of right within the District of Columbia. Early stages is an evaluation center for children aged 2 years, 8 months to 5 years, 10 months. Through this center, DCPS identifies developmental delays and disabilities in children. All services are free, and anyone familiar with the student can refer a child for an evaluation. Those evaluations will only proceed with a parent's consent. If a student is found eligible, they will be offered a seat in a DCPS classroom. By intervening early with students, DCPS can decrease the need for special education services later in the child's life, ensure exposure to key concepts, teach critical skills, and support their family. Early Stages works closely with the Strong Start DC Early Intervention Program, which serves children under 3 and is administered by the Office of the State Superintendent for Education. In the spirit of continuous improvement, I want to identify a few places where DCPS is focused on improving outcomes for students who receive special education services. Proficiency on state tests, staffing for related services, and students exiting self-contained classrooms each year. With respect to state tests, we know that the current proficiency rates for students receiving special education services across the system are not high enough. While we have seen some improvements since before the pandemic, we know we can and must do better. We are encouraged by our results for our early elementary students, as well as the intervention services we are targeting to this age group. We are optimistic that the improvements we see in our younger grades will translate to more success on state tests for students in the future. Regarding staffing, it is challenging for DCPS and systems around the country to hire all the necessary related service providers for students, especially speech and language pathologists and school psychologists. We continue to work with local partners as well as state and national associations to fill this critical need, but it remains a challenge with a small number of vacancies currently within the system. Finally, while we are pleased with early stages progress in identifying students who qualify for services, we know that it is unsustainable and ultimately not in their best interest for students to remain in self-contained classrooms throughout their time in school. When we say it is unsustainable, we mean that it is impractical because of the staffing and physical space required. Currently, parents and school staff modify IEPs based on student readiness so that about 3% of students in self-contained classrooms transition to a less restrictive environment annually. Again, we believe serving students in the least restrictive environment, consistent with federal law, alongside their non-disabled peers, is best for students and will support their learning outcomes. The Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024 would require DCPS to take 3 actions. 1, maintain students within their chosen feeder pattern regardless of disability status. 2, consult with parents prior to changing a student's feeder pattern. And 3, in collaboration with executive agencies, publish regulations regarding self-contained classrooms and how they are staffed and resourced. DCPS is committed to improving equity within special education services and communication to families. However, this legislation presents several problems as drafted. To effectively manage a system of DCPS's size and considering the number of students with disabilities and their diverse needs, DCPS, like school districts across the nation, must maintain the flexibility and discretion to determine the location of services for a student's IEP that best meets their need, consistent with federal law and available resources. This legislation would provide families with a new right that does not currently exist under federal law to continue with their initial placement's feeder pattern unless the new service location within the feeder pattern does not have special education services available that would support the child's IEP. DCPS cannot implement this right as drafted and maintain the appropriate level of resources to properly educate students within self-contained classrooms, the programs serving the district students with the highest needs. Implementing this right would require more staff and physical space to establish new self-contained classrooms in locations that DCPS does not have the resources to support. We are also concerned that granting such a right would create new legal disputes within the district, between the district and individual families about their children's location of service, increasing the district's litigation costs. The legislation as written could also negatively impact students by requiring DCPS to place a student in a classroom regardless of the number of students already within that classroom, the staffing available, or the distance that program is from the family's home. While DCPS can, in some instances, provide additional resources to classrooms that are above the recommended number of students, that is not always possible as we cannot immediately hire and reassign staff, in keeping with our collective bargaining agreements with educators. Additionally, reassigning special education staff from one location to another will negatively impact students in the school losing staff. DC Code and federal law already require that DCPS notify families about a change in location of services. DCPS provides these written notifications, including a rationale for the change, information about the new location, opportunity for a transition meeting with the current and new school teams, and contact information to facilitate a tour. DCPS also provides multiple contact emails and phone numbers for questions or concerns. This school year, DCPS will publish program descriptions for self-contained classrooms that include information about the number of students and staff within a program. We understand the desire for the public to better understand how these classrooms operate and are committed to doing that. DCPS also provides information on service delivery, staffing, and caseloads as part of the council's annual performance oversight. Finally, DCPS maintains a dedicated website about special education services where the public can find additional information. A formal rulemaking process is not necessary and would limit the school system's ability to pivot and meet new needs, like addressing the increase of students requiring special education services since the pandemic. DCPS is committed to improving outcomes for students who receive special education services in partnership with families. We are dedicated to continuous improvement and understand that there has been testimony today speaking about challenges students and families have faced with respect to special education services. Members of our team are present and have been taking notes on specific concerns that were raised so that DCPS can follow up with the affected individuals. While federal student privacy laws preclude us from discussing specific cases publicly, we are committed to working with each family on their individual needs. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our perspective on this legislation and to testify today. We look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Colgan. Ms. Grimmett, do you have a statement? Dr. Davis.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I'm Dr. Michelle Walker Davis, the Executive Director of the DC Public Charter School Board. I am joined by my colleagues, Michelle Gray, Director, School Equity and Effectiveness, and Teresa Kemp, Senior Specialist, School Equity and Effectiveness. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing on special education and to discuss DCPCSB's oversight of education for students with disabilities. Today, I will focus on addressing community complaints, our audit and monitoring policy, and how Aspire, our academic evaluation system, emphasizes how schools serve students with disabilities. I'll begin by walking through the steps families and caretakers can take if they have complaints about their child's education related to their disability status. The first stop, when families have a concern about their students' education, is their teachers and campus leadership. School staff are the most familiar with the specifics of a student's individual education plan, or IEP, and the school's instructional approach, which puts them in the best position to address concerns. They are also the ones who hold IEP meetings and can make updates to the IEP if necessary. In most cases, schools are able to address families' concerns without intervention from an agency. In other cases, families can register a complaint with the Ombudsperson for Public Education, Office of the State Superintendent, or DCPCSB. In the few cases when a family comes to DCPCSB with a community complaint about special education, the first step in our process is to speak to the family and get as much information as possible on the student, the school, and previous communication between the family and the school. In the cases where the family has been in communication with the school, but there has been no solution, the family files a community complaint with DCPCSB, and we inform the school of that action. It is important to note that we refer special education compliance or due process concerns to OSSI and encourage families to file special education state complaints, since OSSI is the agency ultimately in charge of IDEA compliance. In most cases, when we receive complaints related to special education, families are looking to have an IEP meeting, and our recommendation to the school is to hold that meeting to address the specific concerns. DCPCSB will close the community complaint once the school and family come to a resolution on the concern, which again is most often resolved in an IEP meeting. The DCPCSB Special Education Audit and Monitoring Policy complements OSSI's work investigating complaints and ensuring statewide compliance with IDEA. In August 2023, the DC Public Charter School Board approved an update to this policy to focus on school practices which may produce inequitable outcomes for students with disabilities. In accordance with our policy, We review the following data for each school multiple times a year to see if any campuses are outliers for students with disabilities. We are specifically looking for disproportionality. Those data are out-of-school suspensions, expulsions, lack of required manifestation hearings, enrollment by total population and by IEP level, re-enrollment, mid-year withdrawals, community complaints, and poor performance on the qualitative site review. If the review of the data meets our criteria for an audit, we begin our audit process. We consider outliers, as in data outside the normal range, when the data shows students with disabilities to be 2 to 3 times out of sync with their peers. For example, if a school suspended students with disabilities at twice the rate of their peers, we would likely begin the audit process. The exact steps of the process depends on the severity of the data outlier. If a school's disproportionality or other assessment is based on an N size of less than 3 students, we send a pre-audit warning. This notice to the school will outline any concerns the data surfaced and let the school know that an audit could follow if the data does not show improvement. In the cases when the data does not improve following pre-audit warnings, or the data reveals 3 times or greater rate of disproportionality, we move forward with a special education desk audit. This entails contacting a school's special education director, executive director, and principal, requesting specific documentation and asking a series of questions related to how we believe they violated our policy. The school has 2 weeks to respond to our inquiry. From there, with the data we have and the information from the school's response, we create a formal audit summary. This summary often includes recommendations on best practices to adopt and resources which could support the school to become compliant. We also share the timeline for follow-up and information on how we plan to continue our monitoring. Following an audit, DCPCSB can intervene further depending on the severity of the findings. These interventions include recommendations of review and revision of the school's internal processes, referral to technical assistance from OSSI, notice of concern issued by our board, and effective organization meetings between DCPCSB and the LEA staff members and/or board members. Effective organization meetings are a routine additional step our staff and board take when we have data concerns. In these meetings, we meet with school leadership and/or members of an LEA's board to discuss our concerns, hear directly from them how they plan to make improvements, and offer recommendations from DCPCSB staff. If improvement does not follow one of these meetings, our staff will often recommend another intervention to our board. Lastly, the foundation of all of our work in service of students is ASPIRE, again, our academic evaluation system. We know that in DC and nationally, we need to focus on the achievement and growth of our students furthest from opportunity, and this includes students with disabilities. Given this need, we will disaggregate most academic and school culture measures by student groups and calculate schools' performance by weighting each student group's outcomes, including students with disabilities. It is not enough for a school to serve most of their students well. They must serve all of their students well, again, including those with disabilities. By disaggregating achievement, growth, and climate outcomes, we will be able to see which campuses have success with their students with disabilities and where schools and the city need to improve. Thank you for allowing me to testify and speak to DCPCSB's oversight practices for special education today. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Dr. Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the Committee of the Whole, and staff. My name is Dr. Antoinette Mitchell, and I am the Interim State Superintendent of Education for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I am joined by Victoria Glick, the State Director of Special Education for the District of Columbia. I am pleased to join you today to discuss special education in Bill 25-847, the Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024. Providing excellent, appropriate oversight of special education service delivery is one of OSSE's most important responsibilities. And as the interim state superintendent, one of my top priorities is ensuring that our most vulnerable children receive the education they deserve and need in order to be successful in life. Through this testimony, I will provide feedback on the proposed legislation, discuss OSSE's role in meeting the needs of students with disabilities in the district, speak to the implementation of special programs, the state's special education data system, and share an update on our transportation services to qualified students with disabilities. Bill 25-847 establishes special education requirements for District of Columbia Public Schools and requires the executive branch to promulgate rules establishing a student-to-staff ratio for self-contained special education classrooms. While the bill clearly raises potential budget and staffing challenges for DCPS, I am pleased to address OSSE's potential obligations under the proposed legislation. We are aligned with Council's interest in ensuring that every student is able to receive the best and most appropriate education in the least restrictive environment. Further, it is essential that all LEAs maintain strong communication with families regarding their students' special education services, and OSSE will continue its work to strengthen LEA's parent engagement through training and technical assistance to support this goal. However, OSSE does not advise that DC set student-to-staff requirements for local education agencies at the state level. This is not best practice because it does not consider the highly individualized needs of any given student. While the state can provide guidelines and offer technical assistance to LEAs for providing optimal staffing to student allocations for a given learning environment, presumptive ratios would limit an LEA's flexibility to meet student needs. School and LEA special education needs, like those of children they serve, are individualized. As a state education agency, our role is clearly distinct from that of the LEA. Our focus is on providing oversight and accountability to support LEAs and schools in meeting their legal obligations for students with disabilities and achieving academic goals. To meet this charge, OSSE maintains a robust oversight system centered on LEA monitoring, an array of training opportunities for LEAs and educators, and policymaking informed by best practice, local context, and stakeholder input. We also work hard to support our stakeholders, LEAs, schools, advocates, and parents in understanding obligations and entitlements under federal special education laws and their governing regulations, and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Traditionally, OSSE focused primarily on accountability for LEA compliance with federal requirements for serving students with disabilities. However, while compliance with the law is necessary, compliance alone is insufficient if we are to truly serve all students with the degree of excellence we expect. Beginning in 2022, OSSE shifted our approach to provide enhanced accountability that focuses not just on compliance, but also on quality. Our LEA Special Education Performance Reports, or SEPR, are at the heart of this transition. These reports summarize key information that OSSE collects pursuant to federal reporting requirements and key student progress measures in an accessible format to better pinpoint areas of strength and development for LEAs. As a result, families can now easily and transparently access critical special education measures regarding dispute resolution, graduation attainment, statewide assessment participation and proficiency, and more. OSSI's dedication to results, along with those of our LEA and school partners, has already changed the trajectory of special education service delivery in the District of Columbia. DC has achieved 4 consecutive years of high ratings with the U.S. Department of Education, with CPER helping to accelerate this progress over the past 2 years. While it is important to emphasize that we still have a long way to go to meet the needs of every student with disabilities, DC should be proud of this progress. OSSI will continue to hold LEAs accountable for the delivery of special education services and to enable equitable access to quality education and improved outcomes for students with disabilities. Between 2022 and 2023 and 23-24, between the 2022 and 23 and 23-24 school years, OSSI transitioned our special education data system from the Special Education Data System, or SEDS, to special programs. While there are always challenges with implementing a new system, I want to transparently acknowledge that this has not been the smoothest change management process for LEAs and OSSI. We still have work to do to maximize the system's utility. While OSSI has provided multiple training opportunities, only 23% of SEDS users participated in these necessary training courses. We should have better monitored data entry and boosted training resources for our LEAs. School-based staff across the district continue to need additional training and practice working in the new system. These transition challenges may be delaying the timely recording of special education services and thus impacting the accuracy of our external reporting on timely evaluation and reevaluation.
If I may interrupt, is this related to the issue of Power School?
Yes, Power School is the vendor and Special Programs is the name of the system.
Thank you.
Mhm. To augment system adoption, I am implementing a four-pronged action plan to improve cross-agency coordination and ultimately increase timely LEA utilization of special programs. First, OSSI is expanding its internal training team to ensure that LEA staff complete the required systems training. By increasing our staff volume, we will be able to conduct more one-on-one direct training sessions with LEAs. Second, OSSI will conduct necessary system enhancements to allow LEAs to backfill missing data, and we will provide technical assistance and oversight to support this effort. Third, OSSI will enhance the system to create more reporting capabilities for LEAs. And fourth, OSSI will institute new monthly key performance indicators to measure LEA's timely data entry and establish protocols for following up where data demonstrates shortcomings. These system trainings and process enhancements will improve the timely reporting of special education service delivery in our state database system. In addition to traditional SEA responsibilities, OSSI is also tasked with providing more than 4,000 students with disabilities the required transportation services needed to access a free and appropriate education. Since January 2023, when OSSI experienced significant transportation service delivery challenges, resulting in nearly 20% of buses departing terminals behind schedule, OSSI has made substantial process improvements, which have yielded immense progress. Chief among these improvements has been the incorporation of additional contracted service providers, which have supplemented OSSI DOT service capacity. In addition, in fiscal year 2024, we launched a parent stipend program, providing a monthly stipend to more than 350 eligible families to self-transport their students to school. Demand for this program has been strong, and participant attendance has been comparable to traditional OSSI DOT door-to-door bus service. While we are moving forward with procuring a new routing and GPS system that will support an application for real-time tracking of buses, we have also instituted process improvements in our parent call center to provide our call center technicians with access to more accurate, timely data regarding where buses are on their routes. In addition, in July, we issued guidance on transportation as a related service to help IEP teams better determine when transportation service is needed to access FAPE. As a result of these changes, as well as less visible process improvements, we have seen a strong start to the 24-25 school year, with 95% of buses departing the terminals on time. Furthermore, I instituted a new data collection process to allow us to track whether buses arrive at school on time. This is a laborious process, but I have prioritized accurate, transparent data on school arrivals. As a result, I'm able to share that our buses arrive before the school bell 94% of the time. While, of course, I want this number to be even higher, I am proud of the progress we have made and that the vast majority of our buses are able to navigate traffic, detours, and other daily obstacles to get our students to school across the DMV region on time. I am immensely thankful to our bus drivers, attendants, and division staff whose work make this possible, as well as to the students and families whose trust and partnership are vital to the continued strengthening of special education in the District of Columbia. Thank you to the Committee of the Whole for your attention to this important topic of special education. Director Glick and I look forward to answering any questions you may have for OSSI. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm assuming Ms. Glick does not have a statement. So we're going to have a 10-minute round, maybe two, because there are a couple of council members. I'm going to start this with, this is not a question, but more of a statement. Special education. So when I look at the CAPE results and I compare them with the PARCC results before the pandemic, if we're looking at, for instance, math across the state, not special education, for level 4 or above, 30.5% math. English, 37.1%. That's before the pandemic. 23-24, the results that just came out. In math, 22.8%, English, 34%. We just had a hearing on math. 22.8% is not acceptable. When we look at special ed, a little better than before the pandemic, but if math was, help me here, if math is 22.8%, which is pretty low, for special education, it's 7.6%. That's a 15-point gap. English, if I remember correctly, is worse, 34% statewide. For special ed, 10%, 10.3%. I have these numbers kind of right. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about special education, is that if system-wide for everybody, it's not good, it's horrible when it comes to special education. I wanted to read from some testimony we got and then ask Ms. Colgan how she would respond. There was one teacher who testified saying what is currently happening in DCPS self-contained classrooms is a crisis. The distribution of self-contained classrooms across DCPS is far from equitable. Moving special education students back to feeder patterns was both disruptive and and inequitable. There are many children in self-contained classrooms who need a dedicated aide or nurse who currently do not have one. Many rooms are understaffed with several missing a certified special education teacher. Many schools are missing related service providers such as occupational therapists, speech therapists, and social workers. There are self-contained classrooms at Drew and Amadon Bowen elementary schools with double the limit of students in the class. There's a self-contained classroom at Dunbar that doesn't have any windows. Students are routinely placed to early stages but aren't given the resources stipulated in their IEP. Resource teachers are often pulled to serve as substitute when general ed teachers are absent. It was a little bit more optimistic. We here in DC have so much going for us. We have lots of expertise, agencies that truly care about our students, and a funding formula that removes many of the barriers to service. And with all of that, our students overwhelmingly are not doing well. So the testimony from DCPS, because you are an LEA as opposed to from the Public Charter School Board, which is not an LEA, is about what's supposed to be happening, but clearly it is not happening. How do we get it to happen?
Thank you, Chairman, for the question. I sat and heard the testimony as well, and we take these concerns very seriously. We absolutely hear the feedback. There were a number of things that you noted there, but I would just start by saying that it is critically important to us and a part of our equity imperative that we provide the supports for students who have the greatest needs. And often that is our students in our self-contained classrooms and students with IEPs in general. It is true that some of the issues that were raised in testimony today were areas that I also named in my testimony as areas where we're trying to see improvement. So that can be certain positions that we are struggle sometimes to fill to 100%, and that is particularly speech language pathologists and psychologists. And as I also mentioned, we have had a dramatic increase in the number of students who are being identified with special needs to the level that their IEP is recommending placement or suggesting that they are placed in a self-contained classroom. And so we have had to adjust to that. I do want to note that where there are some cases where our self-contained classrooms have more students than maybe initially desired for that classroom, we do support with additional resources. So there are many examples, even some of the specific examples that were raised today, where we have actually added additional staff members to classrooms that have higher numbers of students. And we also provide supports through our Division of Specialized Instruction team members who are there to support self-contained classrooms when a school is experiencing higher numbers of students in those classrooms. We can have team members go out and also evaluate the situation and determine what other resources may be needed.
But I hear over and over special ed teachers being pulled out of the classroom to fill a gap somewhere else in the school. I hear over and over from schools that there's a shortage in a self-contained classroom, or there are too many students. I mean, this just strikes me as pervasive. And maybe it's that what's going through my mind is that I don't see a workout plan to deal with that. And then I'm thinking we had the testimony from the attorney at the end with a lawsuit that apparently was successful enough that there was an injunction. And that the milestones have not been met. So it just sounds to me like, yes, DCPS is doing things, but it's not working this out.
Well, for instance, we have about 949 special education teachers. I think we currently have 29 vacancies. So that is definitely an issue, but this is something that we have seen progress on over time as we have employed a lot of strategies to increase recruitment and hiring of special ed teachers. And so in each of the areas, as I mentioned, there were a lot of different areas that you brought up, but there are actions that we're taking in each of the areas to try to improve. But we absolutely hear the feedback and we are continuing to work to address these issues.
Well, if this was a private corporation and the program was special education and completing quality education for each of the students, there would be a workout plan for this. Let me point fingers at OSSI. So there's a state advisory panel on special education. What gives?
Good evening, Chairman, and nice to see you again. Thanks for the question about SAPSI. We convene the SAPSI quarterly and have done so. We feel the similar frustration of Ms. Camerata and the remaining members of the Advisory Council in terms of the pace of the appointments in order to ensure that the committee can continue to provide recommendations to OSSI regarding improvements related to special education. Myself and my staff in the Office of Special Education attend each quarterly meeting and have done so for multiple years.
But let's go back to the appointments. So who makes the appointments?
MODA makes the
Okay,
appointments.
and does OSSI make suggestions to MODA for who to appoint?
Yes, we do, and
When's
we
the
are working
last time you
closely with
gave them, when's the last time you gave them names?
most recently a month ago.
Okay, how many names did you give them?
Provide an additional name that of an interested community member. There are several names that are with MODA now.
Well, I think there are 11 vacancies.
Yes,
Okay, and you gave them one name a month ago?
there are a sufficient number of names with MODA provided by OSSI in order to meet the quorum requirements. And we're working closely with them to ensure that they
Well, that
complete
means
those appointments.
there are only 3 or 4 names with MODA. The quorum would be 8. There are 4. So if there's sufficient names to meet the quota requirement, because I said there are 11 vacancies, that means that you've given them 4 names.
Yes, and although those names are very important and appointment of members through MODA is very important, the quorum does not preclude that committee from making recommendations to OSSI. And we have been engaged with them to receive their feedback on a number of core special education activities in the district.
Is this panel a requirement of federal law?
Yes, it is.
And do the feds fully understand that we only have 4 out of 15?
Yes, they do.
And they're okay with that?
They are urging OSSI to complete the appointment processes,
I
but do
figured.
understand the challenges.
One other question on that. The last report, what do you call it, SAPSI?
We call it SAPSI.
SAPSI, the last report from SAPSI was for school year 2019, 2020?
Yes. So historically, OSSI has provided operational support to the advisory committee in their endeavor to make recommendations to OSSI, and we continue to do so. It's incumbent upon the committee to make recommendations to the agency.
I'm
And
guessing
so
they rely on OSSI to staff their work.
Mhm.
That's the way these panels usually work.
Mhm.
I'll leave it at that because I'm over my time. Councilmember Fruman, I think you were first.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm only going to have one round because I have to go. So thank you for letting me go. Ms. Colgan, I think we can stipulate like we're not doing what as much as we need to do. I don't hear you saying, oh, you're satisfied with where things are at. There's an enormous amount of frustration here, and I share it. And it's tragic because it is kids who have the greatest needs. I have to say, I'm also somewhat sympathetic to you because I think you have a Rubik's Cube that you need to turn. You have a limited amount of resources that you can use, and you have to serve the kids as best you can. And I don't know whether or not, you say generally this would be costly to do, but in terms of having all of the programs in each of the feeders, which would mean different things for the different kinds of programs. Some are for lower grades, some are all the way through high school. But have you modeled out what it would take to do this? I suppose eventually we're going to have a FIS for this, but have you modeled out what it would take to do this?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. It's something that is really important to us, and something that we've given a great deal of thought to. So as you may recall, we have been involved in the past 3 years in a strategic realignment plan with our self-contained classrooms. And the reason for doing that was, one, in response to feedback we were hearing from parents about, in many cases, extremely long transportation rides for students to school. Another reason is that in the federal IDEA legislation, you're required to serve students as close to home as possible. And so our desire was to create, as you said, the full continuum of programs in each feeder pattern. So we organize it through the high school feeders. And so while not necessarily every single school in that feeder pattern has every program within that feeder pattern, we have all of the programs, and therefore students would be able to stay within their feeder pattern throughout their time with us. In order to make that happen, we had to make a number of moves to reassign students to their what would have been their initial home feeder pattern. And so that is why for the past 3 years, we did see an increase in the number of moves for students, which was not desirable. We understand that kind of change is difficult. But we felt that it was a necessary step so that in the long run, we could have more predictability for students and families in terms of where they could be served, and that they could be served more closely to their home.
So, but does that suggest, that's one of the things that the bill calls for, that's a thing you're trying to do whether the bill is there or not, that it doesn't necessarily impose increased costs on you. It's that you're in the process of executing that?
Yes, but the concern with the legislation is not allowing some flexibility for us to make decisions where it's either not feasible or not in the best needs of the best interest of the student's needs. There are, I should say, and it's a lot more nuanced, there are a few very unique programs, such as for students who are medically fragile or deaf and hard of hearing. We have fewer of those. We don't actually have that full continuum in each and every feeder pattern, so there are a few exceptions. But we need the flexibility, as we have seen with the recent influx, for instance, of young children with IEPs, demanding students in a self-contained setting. Then there may be situations that arise where we need that flexibility to make a change.
So it's a shared goal, but you are looking for a certain flexibility. Okay. And I had been thinking, why are we just talking about DCPS? And I think the reason we're talking about DCPS is it's the matter of rights system. And so you must accept and keep kids. And when I look at the data, you have like 8,000 kids with special education needs, higher than that as compared to the charter sector, which it's more like 2,000. So it doesn't surprise me that we're talking about, looking at those numbers, it doesn't surprise me that we're talking about that. In terms of, we need to fully fund our schools to serve all of the children that we're serving, but the funding for special education services is part of the UPSFF, is that correct? And so, and I don't want to pit populations against each other, but to the extent that we may do things that are not efficient in that space, it takes from what you can do in other places. And somebody, and we need to meet the needs of every child. But one of the witnesses said that there was a time where special education was funded through the central office, and that's not different than UPSFF. But I'm wondering how do we fund this in a way that you're able to staff so that you don't have to come to hearings like this and hear about places where there's way too many kids in a class?
Yes, thank you for the question. I noted in the testimony that comment as well, and I think there may be a little confusion there. There are a number of special education positions that are funded through central services, and specifically for the reason to make sure that we can serve the needs across the multitude of schools. I don't know if you want to share any more specific.
Yeah, so for example, essentially our central services team manages speech pathologists, occupational therapists, audiologists, orientation mobility specialists, as well as itinerant teachers to meet the needs of students across the system who have specialized needs around vision or deaf and hearing instruction. So we do centralize those particular positions so that we can meet the needs across the 117 schools.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, the chairman referenced testimony about special education teachers being used to fill in other places. And what it feels like the challenge of scarcity under the roofs of the school buildings generally, and that makes it harder on both things. And it's hard for me to listen to all of this testimony without thinking we're not providing the funding and staffing that we need. And I don't know how we address that, because we could impose, when I know how we address that, but we got to get ourselves to do it, but we could impose more burdens on you in one place and it's going to take from another place. And the problem is scarcity overall. How do we, I wish that there would be a request from your side of this is what we need in order to avoid the kinds of issues that we're confronting, because you were going to respond, so I'll let you respond.
Well, one thing that I wanted to share that you were making me think of is that, as I wrote in my testimony, we feel that when students may be placed in a self-contained classroom at a very early age, the hope there is that we are intervening early with the student, and such that over time they make progress and then are able to transition to a least restrictive environment. And the reason that I bring this up is that educating students in a self-contained classroom is very expensive, one of the most expensive and staff intensive. And so where staff, there are staffing constraints and there are any, resource constraints, it is one of our major goals to be more effective in our interventions as is possible. In some cases, there are students who will appropriately remain probably in a self-contained classroom throughout their career. But we believe that there are students who, with early intervention and effective intervention, can then move to a less restrictive environment.
Yeah, so I want to sneak in one last question, and it's related to this, because one of the things that you also talked about was the significant increase in the diagnosis calling for self-contained classroom. And do you have any concern? We hear every once in a while that we may be overdoing it on that, which could have kids go into a track that's not helpful to them over time. I hear you that once in, you want them to transition out, but are we getting it right in terms of the entry in the first place?
I want to thank you for the question. And I want to add something in terms of a value here, in terms of value of an IEP. An IEP is fluid. It's not a permanent document. And so when we think about that, even from that initial meeting, right, in terms of determination for a student with an IEP, we have to, we also want to always remind our teams, our parents, that document is fluid. And so we can look at data more often than once a year to see, is that child progressing? Is that child ready to maybe trial or transition? I know we heard from one witness that the transition wasn't successful, but, oh, go ahead.
How often are students transitioning out? And then I'm done, Christina, I'm sorry.
So in our testimony, we did share it was around 3% a year. Now, that's a low number. We're not proud of that. But on our central services team, we have a team of cluster support managers of inclusion that are this particular year actually really focused on emphasizing that in conjunction with our academic programs team.
All right, I really have to stop. Otherwise, Christina's going to jump through the screen. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Henderson.
Wasn't going to jump through the screen, but I have a short window before my little people walk in the house. Good evening to all of the witnesses. I want to kind of pick up a little bit of where Councilmember Fruman was. And I'll add this. I mean, when there was the last special education hearing, I talked a little bit about this, but I have my own personal experience on this. And I know individualized education is what it is. But, you know, my daughter had a speech delay. She was recommended for a self-contained classroom, and we literally had to fight DCPS. And now you talk to my kid, you wouldn't know, because we fought for her to be in general education and had to pay to get external evaluations to basically fight the evaluations that you all claim to have. So I get where Councilmember Fruman is going on that. And I think it asks some questions, and I want to ask some questions about Strong Start in early stages in that regard. Who audits Strong Start in early stages? Like in the continuum of special education, who is responsible for oversight over the work that those offices are doing?
So, Councilmember, thank you for the question. It's a two-part answer. Strong Start is a local function that is embedded inside of the state education agency. And so there is a state component of OSSI that oversees the local function of Strong Start. That's a standard practice across states. So they separate function, they function separately, but OSSI oversees OSSI Strong Start. And then OSSI additionally oversees early stages in our capacity as the IDA oversight entity.
Okay. Are there any sort of check-ins around spot checking particular recommendations or evaluations that occur? And the reason I'm asking this is because we heard today from several special education teachers that they feel like too many students are being referred to self-contained classrooms from early stages. And I'm wondering, just in general, for whether it be OSSI or for central office, if there's ever a trigger point where you all say, hey, let's do a couple of spot checks just to make sure everybody is on the same page of music and using the same evaluation rubrics and the same recommendation tools.
Yes, absolutely. And to dig a little more deeply here, I think, we've discussed in prior hearings OSSI's role as the oversight agency, and we do that through an accountability framework where we measure the health of special education programs, including DCPS, and their work at early stages with regard to evaluation specifically. Our special education performance reports, including that for DCPS, is publicly posted and measures their compliance with not just evaluations across all students, K through or pre-K through age 22. We additionally have measures there that show compliance rates for DCPS early stages work, which is the 3 through 5-year-old work.
just to clarify, when you're looking at compliance, you're looking at our timelines met. What I am suggesting is this question around are there some deviations happening in sort of the types of recommendations that are being made? Is that being evaluated?
Yes, absolutely. That framework also analyzes and shows publicly data around the least restrictive environment, just disbursement of students in the early childhood sector. So it's the least restrictive environments for 3 through 5-year-olds and what that's looking like. As a corollary to that annual cyclical data review, and look, we also do direct monitoring on a quarterly basis with DCPS as to the least restrictive environment decision-making that's happening by decision-making that IEP teams are delivering, that's landing those students in those full-time special education resource rooms that we're here today discussing. And in those quarterly engagements, that's the spot checking I think that you're referring to, where we're talking through with the folks at early stages, what their practices are related to those decisions.
And in any of the quarterly spot checks, as we have seen the number of students being referred to self-contained classrooms go up, does OSSI have any concerns?
Yes, we do. And we work closely with DCPS on that matter. And I believe DCPS has some information to add.
Okay.
Just to add, and thank you for this question, because just even recently myself, early stages sits in our Division of Early Childhood Education. But I, met with the whole early stages team to really look at their LRE data and across a few years, along with their management and directors over there. And we did come to the conclusion that we are providing additional PD training, really looking at the trends that we see and making sure that we are providing training on making sure that we are doing data-driven decisions around the LRE continuum for our youngest learners.
Okay.
So
I think
those works in those pieces. So I just want to recognize that.
I think that's helpful in wanting to recognize, and the former superintendent and I started to have this conversation as it pertains to these conversations with early stages and Strong Start, professional development that was ongoing and occurring, because in some cases, while I'm sure the specialist who was making the recommendation had a very good reason for their particular recommendation, and to someone on the other side, some of them don't always make that much sense. So for instance, you would have a student who, hang on guys, okay, hold on, okay. You would have someone who was a student, okay, thank you, apologies. You might have a student who was being referred for speech delay, but then early stages was also offering transportation services automatically because of that, right? And so I feel like there needs to be some more alignment here. And I just want to hear that OSSI is taking the lead on having these conversations, not just with DCPS, but with the LEAs in terms of providing that professional development and sort of strengthening those tools to make sure that we're kind of in alignment in terms of what we're recommending to families.
We are. And this year we released a completely revised least restrictive environment toolkit and are training LEAs on the use of that toolkit. That includes the charter sector as well as DCPS, to your point about this being a citywide concern. We're really committed and share the citywide goal to improving the quality of special education programming across all of our schools. And one of those the components of that work is working with the folks who know the students best, both parents and IEP teams and the staff who are serving them.
Okay.
And so we are doing that training, and that work that you discussed with our former superintendent, Dr. Grant, continues.
So I want to, I have 2 minutes. I'm going to come back for another round, but I want to switch to sort of talking a little bit about the legislation. And I would say part of the impetus, again, it was having conversations with teachers, but also having conversations with families. And this feeling as though even in our system, in our city, where we tout choice, is that the reality is in our current system, if your student has an IEP, that the IEP is not for medical designation or for some other chronic disability condition, that we have essentially created a system where if you do have an IEP, you don't have choice. And so to a certain extent, because I also feel like even in your realignment situation, it still favors families who are very vocal and persistent, who understand how to get through the system, who can simply advocate to see their child move from one school to the next, and other families who don't know that that is an option, just accept what DCPS or the LEA tells them is true. Do you believe that that is an issue?
Thank you for the question. We absolutely want to be as transparent and in communication with our parents as possible. And I would agree that this is an area that, particularly within special education, that not always do our parents have all of the best information at all times, or that they are not aware of some of the resources that are available to them. And so this is something that we are committed to working on and has been a recent area of focus is building out engagement with families, education with families around special education in particular.
I mean, I think this is, and I know I'm over my time, Chairman. I just want to say, right, I feel like why there can't be a system such that if a parent decides to go through the lottery system and they get a seat, since you have said you have set up systems in every feeder pattern, why can't that be honored? That's one, right? And then I think also too, when we're moving kids, not just at the traditional endpoints of like end of 5th grade, end of 8th grade, we're transferring, but we're transferring some kids, right, as they go from pre-K to K and so on and so forth. I feel like that's a bit more disruptive than, you know, what we claim we're currently doing. Because I think as any parent would acknowledge, distance from your home is not the only indication of why you pick a school. There are other considerations. But I'm over my time. I look forward to another round. Thank you.
Councilmember, if you want to go longer now, I don't know your schedule with your 2 interns, but if you want to go longer now, we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. So looking at the location service changes data that DCPS shared, I think one of the things that really stands out to me is the increase of location service changes from school year 21-22 to 23-24. The Cardozo feeder pattern, for example, had 31 moves in 21-22. And then last year they had 80 service changes. At what point do we simply provide more services within a feeder pattern as opposed to shifting students completely?
Thank you for that question. And I think the numbers are numbers, right? But there's a story behind each individual number that's connected to a real student. So when you look at the summer moves, for example, in the Cardozo, those are kids rising up and moving on to Cardozo, for example, from middle school. All right. So those are just part of the natural trajectory, for example, can be. And when you look at the school year moves, I want us to think about that the IEP again is fluid. Right. And so IDA under the federal law doesn't have a end date or a start date. Students are found eligible for special education all year long. There's no, because school ends doesn't mean that, you know, kids are not found eligible for special ed, or more importantly, that an IEP team has determined that the student needs a more restrictive setting. So that's why the school moves are happening during the year.
Can I ask a clarification about the chart that you all provided? I was under the assumption that the school listed was about the boundary, not necessarily the specific school.
It is, it's a boundary, sorry, but I was giving examples. So I was like, for example, it could be from a middle school to the high school, or it could be from 5th grade to middle school. And those are some of the summer moves and why those numbers are they are.
Okay, I think it would probably be helpful if that was more disaggregated as opposed to a connection there, but that's certainly helpful. Now, one of the other aspects of the bill speaks to student to staff ratios or student to teacher ratios. And my understanding is that internally, you all have set student to staff ratios for various types of self-contained classrooms, but it looks as though a number of those are unfortunately over capacity. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that is accurate. Currently, 20% of our self-contained classrooms are over our best practice numbers.
Okay, so when we have a situation like that, what is DCPS's current practice in terms of providing additional resources to those classrooms, right? Because I feel like in some of these cases, when I talk to some of these special education teachers, they would say, this is not ideal, but if you're going to provide me with an additional aid, I can make it work. But that's not happening. It seems as though we are just saying, you got to make it work with what you got.
Thank you for that. That real question. I will say that historically, when this has happened, we've had additional resources to provide, for example, extra instructional aids in multiple classrooms. This year, we have a little bit of limited resources on our central side. And so what we are doing is using our team of academic program managers and specialists going out to the schools to observe in the classrooms, to observe the students, and to actually come up with solutions and options to how to support the students in that classroom. And where we can, we will provide additional resources. As testified today from a couple of individuals, and we checked, some of those particular classrooms do have additional adults in those classrooms.
Okay. Now, it's not just the self-contained classrooms. We got some data that a number of teachers have compiled, and there are 23 self-contained classrooms that are over the enrollment based on their internal DCPS LEAP data. And then there are 42 additional classrooms identified by special education teachers that are currently over their caps as well. So I'm just trying to understand some of the discrepancies perhaps between what you all are reporting at Central versus what teachers are seeing on the ground.
Thank you. Could you clarify, could you state one more time the disconnect that you're seeing?
Yep. So from the data that you all have around the number of classrooms that are over prescribed, I think you said 20%, but I think it might be 23, or at least from the DCPS LEAP data, it says that 23 self-contained classrooms are over enrollment. There are a group of special education teachers who did their own survey, and they found an additional 42 classes that are currently over their caps as well. So maybe it's not a disconnect if you have raw data in terms of, you said 20%, how many classrooms does that equal out to?
Yeah, because we have over 300 self-contained classrooms.
Like 360.
Yeah, so it sounds like the numbers, the 20% are.
Okay, so it sounds about right then, I guess. All right. So I think the chairman asked this question earlier around, well, what's the plan? Like usually in a corporation setting, using his sort of analogy here, when you have a situation where there seems to be a bit of a crisis here, if you have 20% of your special education classrooms that are overprescribed, there's usually some sort of plan to mitigate that, or to provide additional resources, or to do something. And right now, or at least from the testimony, I haven't heard, and this is what we're doing to work to address this particular issue.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for that opportunity to address this again about our plans. So for one, we do have our DCPS strategic plan, and we also have a special ed specific strategic plan that we work with. However, given the situation that we are facing this year, and the dramatic increases that we are seeing in number of students requiring a self-contained classroom, we are in the process right now of creating a more detailed, multifaceted plan to address this from multi-angles. So it is very much still in the planning stages, but it includes everything from increasing recruitment of staff, of course, as well as I was speaking with Councilmember Furman about our desire to ensure that students in self-contained classrooms that we are considering the possibility, are these students able, are any of these students able to be transitioned to maybe resource and general ed classroom combination or something like that. Also, as you mentioned, your line of questioning around early stages and the initial IEP that's being written, we are, as Ms. Grimmett mentioned, we are working very closely with that team and providing professional development, just making sure that they are considering all aspects of, the LRE continuum as they're making their decisions, working with school teams. So we have a number of ways that we are trying to address what is, this issue of having a number of over-enrolled classrooms.
So what's your timeline?
Well,
Because it sounds like you have a concept of a plan, not to be funny, but like, it sounds like you have a concept of a plan that
Right.
you work on the plan, but I'm wondering what the timeline is for the plan to be done.
Well, I think different facets of the plan will be able to implement more quickly than others. So as I mentioned, some things are already happening, like our work with early stages, and that will continue, and we will continue to build upon what we have started there. Working with school teams to make sure that they are very clear on the continuum and how potentially we could be looking closely at data and considering students that are moving to less restrictive environments. That is work that we will be engaging in the second half of this year. Some, aspects of the plan will be further out and require more planning, but we are already in action and, to address this immediately.
Okay. One of the other things that we often hear, again, so the oversubscribed classrooms is one, but a feeling from a number of special education teachers that they need additional like physical resources. So not necessarily personnel, but for instance, they might have, a couple of the teachers spoke earlier where not everyone in their class is toilet trained yet. And they'll make a request for a changing table so that they don't have to sort of put a kid on a mat to be able to change them. And they often hear there's no money for that. There's no money for that. And I just want to make sure everyone is aware that for this particular school year, the council allocated a budget line item of $104,000. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but there was a specific calculation specifically for supplies for special education, self-contained classroom, specifically for that purpose. And so I will ask this, when a teacher is in a self-contained classroom and needs additional supply type of resource, whether it be a changing table or you have a student who needs a particular type of chair so they don't have to sit in their wheelchair all day, who should they contact to request access to those funds?
That's a great question because we want to make sure that we're serving our students per their IEP and their needs. Every self-contained classroom has a specialist assigned to that classroom, as well as a manager. They can reach out to them. Or if need be, they can actually email our, we have an email address called SPED Concerns. They can email that entity as well.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you giving me some extra time here. I will stop now. And if you're still going, I do have some more questions.
Okay. Ms. Colgan, you mentioned that there's a special ed strategic plan.
So we have internal plans that our divisions write for their work each year.
And that's what you were referring to.
Yes.
Could you share the most current or the latest or the last version?
Yes, I'll have to get back to you about that. Yes.
I'm going to put that down as a yes. I'm looking at Abe. Thank you. I did look at the strategic plan for DCPS, and I was struck by the fact that special education as a phrase, as a term, is mentioned once in the entire document. Like special education is not actually called out as a strategy, even though at the beginning of my line of questionings, I highlighted that the assessment results show that special education is so far below the statewide levels in terms of proficiency. I'm not sure there's a question there. It's unless you want to respond, but it's just striking to me that for all of the importance of special education, it's not even a thought in the DCPS plan. I also kind of wanted to pick up on something that Councilmember Henderson was asking about. I think this is the way she was asking about capacity. So I'm looking at a table that my staff put together of the different feeder patterns. And I'm not sure there's much in the table, except that if we're over capacity in 20% of the self-contained classrooms, why isn't there more capacity created other schools? I hope that makes sense what I just asked. I mean, I'm looking at Anacostia where like there's communication and education support, or CES, in 3 elementary schools, but not in another 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thank you for the
If they're
observation.
over capacity, and I recognize that earlier there was testimony that there aren't enough spaces in Ward 3, and there are more spaces in Ward 7 and 8. So maybe there isn't a capacity problem in that particular feature, but nonetheless, I'm looking at it and so many schools that don't have it, why not more schools?
So thank you for that question and the observation and looking in our feeder pattern information. This year, in preparation for next year, I've been reaching out and discussing with principals as well as working with our facilities team to look at utilization and space and actual buildings across the entire city, across all feeder patterns. The way it looks in some of them, we have a little bit of space, and some we do not have a lot of space. DCPS is, of course, has a plan with modernization of our buildings, over the years. And so I am working with the facilities team to make sure that as buildings are updated, modernized in the year and years to come, that programming for self-contained classrooms are included in those discussions and included in those plans.
I'm not sure how much I like that answer, because it was like you're looking at facilities and maybe some of it depends upon modernization. But I can't help think that some of these schools, there's room to be able to create some
And
capacity where we've got other self-contained classrooms that are busting at the seams.
And we agree, and we are looking at the available space options that we do have currently.
Ms. Colgan, in your testimony, you said this school year, DCPS will publish program descriptions for self-contained classrooms that include information about the number of students and staff within a program. When will that be published?
I'm gonna have Ms. Grimmett answer that if that's okay, Chairman.
I think we've had that posted before in terms of on our Special Education Family Guide website. And we are currently reviewing that and making sure the program descriptions are really aligned to what the classrooms look like. So my goal is to have that up definitely by right after the holidays in January.
Right after the holidays means like January.
Oh, you're going to hold me to it exactly. huh?
Absolutely. 3rd or 4th. I can't remember which is the Friday.
And we say the first Monday in January.
No, you don't want to say that because I think that's like the
That's
1st.
Yeah, I think we should discuss as a
Yeah,
team and include that in our follow-up to you when we'll have that available to you.
Okay, I mean, it's useful to have information.
Oh, I agree.
It's useful to have information about the school year sort of as early in the school year as possible. So I'm not quite sure how to phrase this question, but I think that there is an issue that we ought to have a hearing on, and we haven't, is what I call school culture or school climate. And that is, what are we doing to instill in each school the view, the attitude that every child can succeed and do better? I think there's probably some bias around special needs kids, particularly those who have more serious needs. That the expectations are not, how do I put this? That they could be more positive, the expectations. So what are any of you doing? So this is a question to all of you. What are you doing to communicate to schools and LEAs the expectations for academic achievement?
Thank you for that, again, question. And we talked about a little bit in the testimony about, we believe and we know that our students with disabilities are best served along our non-disabled peers. And to your point, when we think about disability, sometimes as a country, right? And DCPS, we think exclusion, right? And so we have some mindset work that we need to do, and starting with, all of us, right? Our central office, central services, our school teams, and also training our teachers, our gen ed teachers, and giving them the tools that they need to support students in the gen ed space. OSSE is a great partner in this work, and they're doing so many things to support LEAs across the city in this work. They have, and I might mess up on the name, but they have an inclusive leader learning community. They have an early childhood special education learning community, and we're tacking on those ways. We're also using our cluster support model, managers of special ed inclusion, to train our SPED teachers, and we're working to get that and to continue training our gen ed teachers to feel more skilled and more comfortable in working with our students with disabilities. DCPS has partnered and working with the Office of Special Education under the Department of Ed, along with OSSE, on a grant around technical assistance. With that technical assistance support, we are using the data from CEPR that OSSE has provided us to not look at compliance, but look at student outcomes for students with disabilities and how we build capacity and change the needle around our disability, around our academic rates and performance for our students. So we are doing these things now with the plan of improving the outcomes for our kids and also changing the mindset so we're serving our kids in a real flexible LRE continuum.
And I would add, Chairman, that in addition to what my colleague from DCPS just said, the CEPR reports really do shift the framework for special education in the district. We are not only looking at compliance, but also student progress. And we believe this is the second year for the issuance of these reports, which are individualized by LEA and currently on our website. We believe that this framework will create a common language, not only for OSSE and LEAs, but also for families and advocates, so that they can now look by LEA to see where the LEA is on lots of different data points, ranging from compliance issues like timeliness of first meeting, but also student progress like graduation rates and the test scores that you mentioned. I think that we believe that, as you indicated, the scores are low across the board, and for our special education students, even lower. So I don't think anyone on the panel is satisfied with where we are, and we're very committed to increasing the education for all students. OSSE is in the midst of a school climate survey, and this school climate survey will give us comparable information about what you talked about, school climate. Where are schools in terms of teacher morale, in terms of parental engagement, in terms of things that make a school a welcoming place where students want to come and learn and grow. We'll be administering that survey in the spring, and the results will come out next year on the school report card. So that's one thing. Another thing that we've been doing is we have a graduate profile. This is a description of what a graduate should know and be able to do when they finish DC Public Schools. That profile has identified 7 characteristics, which range from foundational knowledge, which is all of our state standards, to things like student agency. Can a student identify his or her strengths? Do they have a growth mindset? Things like global and local citizenship. All of these really important characteristics that we think can really, once again, create some common language across our system and really tap into student growth and development in ways that we've not done before. And we're going to use that profile as the North Star for reimagining our graduation requirements. And that work is really exciting as well because we want to increase the flexibility that students have to select courses that they're really interested in and can pursue in different pathways. So all of those things combined would suggest that we really want to move the system forward and help our students really find what excites them about learning and be able to pursue that.
Before you answer, Dr. Walker Davis, I appreciate what you're saying, but that speaks more to issues of belonging or joyfulness.
It does speak to that as well.
Doesn't speak to what I'm referring to, which I'll call implicit bias. That's a little harder to deal with, but there's some schools when Johnny walks in the door, he's told that he could be president of the United States or an astronaut. And there are other schools where I suspect that's not even close to anybody's thinking.
I think we'll learn that from the school climate survey. We'll get
Dr.
some
Walker
indication.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to answer that question. First, I do want to clarify, I heard some data from Councilmember Rumen about special education population and charters. So I want to make sure that it's clear that charter schools serve over 8,000. There are over 8,000 students with disabilities in the charter sector, close to 17% of our population. So I just want to make sure that those numbers are clear. Second, to your question about how do we convey the high expectations that we have for all students, including students with disabilities, I am excited for the opportunity to talk about our revisions to our academic evaluation system. First, it is clear in our mission that we want all students to thrive, particularly students furthest from opportunity. And one of the ways that we have communicated that expectation even more clearly is in the updates to our academic evaluation system, where, as my testimony stated, we will be looking at the performance of all of our student groups and weighting in our evaluation system, the performance of students furthest from opportunity, including those with disabilities and students designated as emerging multilingual learners and students who are designated as economically disadvantaged. And so I want to make clear that it is our expectation. We are conveying that that is one of the ways that our schools, our charter LEAs demonstrate academic performance on our system. Secondly, I want to raise that our schools are working with all students who come through their doors. As open enrollment schools, charter LEAs are doing this every day, sometimes with the same challenges that you've heard today, and oftentimes with quite a bit of success. And I often don't call out individual schools in council hearings so that there isn't any note of favoritism per se, but I do think if you look at the charter data, you will see that there are charter schools within our midst who have students with disabilities that are actually outperforming the state, schools that have made significant increases in their rate of performance on our state assessments in both ELA and math. And that is, we're starting from a very low place, so I want to acknowledge that we have a ways to go, but I also want to give credit for the areas where we are seeing growth. And so I believe that we have made our expectations clear, that all students are to be served, and I'm excited about the ways in which we've called out, in particular, this student group.
I have two more questions, but let me see if Councilmember Henderson's around.
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any more questions before I do my last two?
Yes, I wanted to ask a couple of questions about transportation, if possible.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second.
I said yes, you're.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Hang on. Okay, thank you. Dr. Mitchell, you and I have talked about special education and transportation in a meeting, but I want to talk about some of the things on the record, if you will. Can you walk us through the numbers of routes done daily and their success rate?
Sure. So we have approximately 450 routes that we run every day, over 4,000 students. The routes are OCDOT runs about 300 of those routes, and about 150 of those routes are run by a contractor. I am delighted to share that we now have on-time arrival data, and 94% of the routes are arriving at school on time, which this is the first time that we've had this data and been able to share it. This is, again, as I indicated in my testimony, we would like the number to be higher, but as a system, we are glad that we are getting so many of our students to school on time.
Okay. One of the things that we talked about is, obviously for a parent who has to be waiting at home when the child gets there, it would be more helpful to have real-time data about lateness. So I'm not sitting here for 45 minutes wondering where is my child and subsequently worrying, was there an accident? Did something happen X, Y, or Z? And I know that there have been some particular challenges around some of the technology pieces as it pertains to privacy. But one of the things that we talked about that I feel like could alleviate some of these frustrations is just more proactive communication around some basic things. So for instance, yes, on paper, the school day ends at 3:15. But if we know in practice that the bus, moving all the young people on X, Y, or Z, getting them out of the building, et cetera, the bus is really not going to pull out of the parking lot until, 3:30. Why aren't we communicating, hey, we just left and therefore this is the amount of time of delay that we're going to face? Or for some of the routes where they're traveling longer distances, if there's an accident or something that reroutes them that takes longer, what is that communication like to families around, hey, this is what happened and this is why we're going to be late?
Yes, we've instituted a texting program. Our bus attendants and bus drivers have access to parents. And so if there's going to be a delay, particularly a delay longer than 15 minutes, then parents are often text so that they know that. I'm happy to share, though, that we are in the process of a capital purchase of a new routing and GPS system. That system will have the capability of enabling parents to have information about the location of the bus. So we're hoping to secure that system by April of this year, and hopefully be able to start installing it and have it running in the 25-26 academic year. So parents will have even more accurate, quicker access. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay. I want to go, thank you for that. And I think, again, as the quicker we could sort of roll that out, I feel like that could alleviate a lot of the frustrations and concerns that have been raised on that front. I want to go back and sort of, I guess, it's hard to, I'm sorry, Dr. Walker Davis, this always happens where there's a focus on DCPS because PCSB is not a LEA, so it's hard to sort of have these kind of conversations. But I want to ask DCPS around the question of paraprofessionals and dedicated aides. What's the vacancy rate on that at DCPS right now?
Yes, thank you for that question. We are looking that up. We do have that in front of us. We have 36 vacancies in our special ed paras.
Okay. Are the special education paras, as well as the other paraprofessionals or aides, are they all in the same bargaining unit?
The paraprofessionals that are DCPS funded and employed are in ASME, so they're in the same one. Our dedicated aides we have a small portion in ASME as well, and then we have a larger number actually provided through a contractor.
Okay. All right. So we are doing some contracting awareness. All right. I guess I would just say this as the last bit, and I've been plugging this, and I know the chancellor's tired of hearing me saying this. I know that they all just finished with the WTU contract negotiations, but I will say this, the fact that right now a substitute teacher can get paid more than a paraprofessional in DCPS, that is part of your issue of finding people for some of these roles. And I would highly encourage DCPS to reopen that contract and make some adjustments if you want to actually recruit good people that you need in these classrooms, because you know, folks, there are a lot of folks who do it out of the goodness of their hearts, but there are folks who need to also be able to feed their families at the same time. And so with that, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the extra time.
Thank you, Councilman Although on that note, we were looking at the security contracts recently and saw that what we are paying per person in the security contract is like $20, $30 an hour more than what they're getting paid. And that it would probably be cheaper to have them on our payroll or on your payroll. And I can't help but wonder if the same thing might be true with the paraprofessionals. That you increase your payroll and decrease the contract and you'll come out financially ahead. I had 2 questions, although I think actually I may have 3, so maybe I lied. We did some analysis of the special education budgets by school, and we looked over 3 years to get a sense of volatility. And more than half of DCPS schools have seen swings of 10% or more in their special education budgets since fiscal year 2023, which strikes me as destabilizing to their programs. Why so much change?
Thank you for that question, Chairman. We appreciate that stability in schools' budgets is important. I would, without knowing the specific details at the moment, I would venture that large swings would be related to opening of new self-contained classrooms, or perhaps a moving out of a self-contained classroom to another location. The self-contained classrooms have multiple staff members assigned to them, and so they are more expensive than a traditional general education classroom.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an area that warrants looking at more. I will add, just so that everybody understands, that special education is excluded from the Schools First in budgeting. It's the calculation for Schools First removes from the calculation special education on the theory that special education is funded on its own based on need. And but this volatility strikes me as a concern because it suggests a lack of consistency. This volatility was not necessarily that the amount that they had one year was less the next year was less the year after that. It could be it was an amount one year more the following year, then less than the third year. So the curve could go every way you can imagine, but it still was volatility. Some of the schools as high as, well, 3 of the schools over 30%, over 33% change.
Okay, if you could send us that analysis, it is something we would like to look into what you're describing and just sort of see what we see as the reasons behind that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Although I'm maybe a little less concerned about the reasons than the effect, and that it ought to be something that's considered.
Understood. Thank you.
How many schools did PCSB audit for SPED concerns last year?
Thank you, Chairman. 12 were audited by our desk audit, our special education.
And is
audit
that
policy.
because the 12 stood out for some reason?
Yes, so as I mentioned in my testimony, what
The
would
extreme
trigger an
outliers.
audit is outliers. Yeah, and so there were different reasons for each of those 12, but that's what triggered the audit.
So other issues that we've been talking about here would not necessarily have triggered an audit.
Could you be more specific about?
You're
what
going to
issues?
make me work. Well, we've talked about a variety of issues like stability of the budget or vacancies or overcrowding. though those would not have been factors that would have triggered an audit. It was just these outliers in your data.
Right. Our audit policy starts with the data that we see in student outcomes, primarily disproportionality. But I will say that if we get community complaints, that may also trigger either an effective organization meeting, or if we get repeated complaints about some of these special education data, that might trigger an audit as well.
Dr. Mitchell, could you explain further why would it limit flexibility for OSSE to set a ceiling for student to staff ratios?
Yes, Chairman, thank you for the question. The flexibility that DCPS has spoken about, the ability to make decisions about where within a feeder pattern to place self-contained classrooms is an important tool that they have to work with. The resources are limited, and so they have to make decisions, and it is important that they maintain that flexibility. And I'll ask Director Glick to add a little bit more to that.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Chairman, as Dr. Mitchell explained, LEAs are in the position of serving each of those 8,000 student with disabilities needs that are individualized. And in order to do that adequately in compliance with the charge federally to do so, they require the flexibility of moving students in and out of classrooms or moving staff around with a great deal of flexibility, especially in a system where enrollments are not necessarily steady year to year, because we have a very robust school choice system. OSSE monitors the health of the special education programs annually. And in doing that, we can see when a student's IEP is not being served in the context of their education in the least restrictive environment, which is the charge that DCPS is effectively undertaking when they're making those flexible decisions, as Ms. Colligan noted, is so important to their programming decisions. So if students aren't receiving those IEP services or aren't achieving, we're going to see that in our monitoring and oversight systems. And that's where we push in with DCPS around technical assistance and capacity building to ensure that they are organizing their classrooms, expending their resources appropriately to ensure that there isn't an imbalance in their delivery of special education in certain settings, such as these more expensive and also restrictive full-time special education classrooms.
I think I'm not completely following. So maybe this isn't appropriate, but early childhood, we say that there needs to be so many adults per kids. There's been some discussion here with some special ed with IEPs that there ought to be maybe 2 adults, a special ed teacher and a paraprofessional in a classroom, and there shouldn't be more than 6 or 10 kids. So why do we talk that way? But then we say, well, but we can't have a required ratio.
So it's OSSE's position that LEAs know their student populations needs the best. Our LEAs vary widely. The way they structure programming is independently determined by each LEA. In our system, they have that level of autonomy. And in doing so, setting a requirement around those classroom structures would effectively limit the flexibilities that we've designed our system to cultivate. As the state education agency, we do a great deal of work with LEAs to ensure that they are producing programs that have that full continuum of supports for students that need to be served anywhere along that continuum of environments. And that's our role continuously, to be providing that operational and practice improvement support so that they are effectively dedicating the resources to in the right direction and exercising those flexibilities at the same time.
It's still not working for me. I mean, we have these self-contained classrooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we had 25 kids, we'd say that's too many. If we had one teacher and 10 kids, we'd say that's too few teachers. But we can't draw a line.
It absolutely would be easier if we could establish sort of like a formulaic approach to this work, but unfortunately, students with disabilities are not monolithic, and neither are our LEAs. And so each LEA is best positioned to set those standards. And it is the role of the state education agency here, and similar to in other states, to provide them technical assistance and supports on how they're expending their resources to meet those standards they're setting. And also to work with them on what standards are appropriate at their LEA. And so, we've done some research across states, and other states don't do this in the context of special education. Those who do, some states do, but they provide some very wide flexibilities and exclusions or exceptions that would allow LEAs to operate as in the flexible environments that I'm describing.
Well, let me just repeat the context of this hearing, a context or several. But one of them is that the most recent CAPE results, non-special ed math, 22.8%, which is sucks. And for special education math, 7.6%. So we got to do something.
We certainly agree with that, Chairman. And, we're deeply committed at OSSE to improving outcomes for students with disabilities. And there are a number of ways that we're doing that work. One of those ways is holding LEAs accountable for the type of programming that they're providing, the quality of the special education they're delivering to students in these classrooms. And a part of that work is looking at what environments they're being served in and how that matches their IEP needs.
So let me go to my last question. I think it's my last question. So I don't have the figure in front of me. This is a DCPS question, but I think that we have in the budget something like $5 million for litigation on special education. And earlier I was asking some questions of witnesses, and DCPS has a loss rate of about 90%. Why aren't we approaching this differently? Rather than litigating cases that we're going to lose, that we take those lawyers' fees and put them into programming?
Yes, thank you for that question.
No, you didn't really mean thank you for the question.
Well, I would like to say that we were not 100% sure about those numbers. That did not seem to add up. That did not seem to match our numbers. So we are working on that. But in the packet we provided to you, you can see that the number of due process complaints that DCPS has received over the past 10 years has been reducing dramatically.
Yes.
So that's one really good piece of news with that regard. And not every due process complaint ultimately goes to a hearing. So many of the cases are either settled or withdrawn prior to a hearing. Additionally, when there is a hearing, there are usually multiple issues that are raised as a part of that. And oftentimes we are, DCPS is found not at fault for many of those issues. There may be just one issue for which the hearing officer determines that we need to do something to rectify the situation. So the 90% does not seem to match our experience.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't change my view. Now, why do I say that? Yes, if you take the total number of complaints, but I'm not talking about the total number of complaints. I'm talking about the cases that actually go to a hearing. If I remember correctly, and I'm having to dig deep into the recesses of my gray matter, when we have a hearing, my recollection is that if the city loses, it has to pay the attorney's fees for the prevailing party. So this isn't just the cost of our attorneys, it's the cost of their attorneys as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if we lose on any point, it seems to me that it's fair to ask, well, why did we go to a hearing and lose? Now, I get it that nobody's going to win 100% of the time, but I am pretty clear that the city or DCPS is losing on well more than half of the cases, and now it may only be one of the allegations only one of the allegations, because I heard you say there may be numerous allegations, but that's still, I mean, I have no idea what that does for the calculation of the attorney's fees, but my guess is it's still expensive. And it would be cheaper for us to provide the services. That's really what this is about, to provide the services than to have to provide the services and pay for all these attorneys. I like attorneys. I don't know if there are any attorneys in the room, but
Yes, I mean.
I mean, when we lose, we have to provide the services.
Yes, Chairman, we agree with you. Of course, our preference is to ensure that we don't have any complaints in the first place. And that is why we are working, we work very closely with parents. If there is an issue, a tension, we work through mediation. We work at the school level to try to prevent these issues from escalating and to ensure that the students and families are getting what they need and what they deserve. So I understand your concern. We agree with that. And that is, why we are doing the work, trying to do the work proactively on the front end. So we are not in this place. And the payments, settlement, et cetera, have the number of payments and the amount of money has decreased over time as well.
I dropped something and I'm not going to pick it up. Well, actually, I made the mistake of not reading the question that was prepared for me. According to OSSI performance oversight data, so this is the data we got back in the spring, at least 90% of the cases that make it to a hearing officer decision are awarded to the parents, which suggests litigating far more than necessary. And some data that I got from Children's Law Center. This is total number of hearing officer decisions issued, 50 in last year, 67. Total number of hearing officer decisions against the parents, 3. The total number against the LEA, 64. Now that's more than DCPS. So I have 2 data sources here that suggest, I don't know, there may have been many allegations and this was only on a couple, and if we're providing the services, there shouldn't be any attorney's fees. But we're spending $5 million. The question isn't the amount. It's that, I think there needs to be a reassessment there, just on the litigation strategy.
Sure. We hear that concern and we would be happy especially to review that particular data to understand if that is, entirely DCPS and other LEAs, and just to make sure it squares with our data, and we can follow up with you on that.
Yeah, the performance oversight data came from OSSI.
Okay.
So that would have been statewide. And I think that's something that ought to also be addressed in the plan that both Councilmember Henderson and I talked about. Give me a second. I hope somebody took notes on what you all are getting back to us with. Okay. I have no more questions. Thank you all very much. This is going to, I'm going to wind up this hearing, it's been a hearing on Bill 25-847, Advancing Equity in Special Education Protocols Amendment Act of 2024, but also an oversight hearing on education for students with special needs. So I indicated at the beginning, the record will be open for, I think, 2 weeks. Closes at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. The time is 6:27 p.m. and this hearing is